Call this meeting of the Salem City Council for October 8th to order. If the recorder would please call the roll.
Councillor Kaiser? Present. Councillor Anderson is absent. Councillor Nanke?
Here.
Councillor McCoy?
Here.
Councillor Ossick? Absent. Councillor Hoy?
Here.
Councillor Cook? Here. Councillor Lewis?
Here.
And Mayor Bennett?
Here. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councillor McCoy.
I move approval of the consent calendar. Oh,
No.
no additions and deletions, sorry. Moving right ahead.
Okay.
Yes, be careful.
And then you also want to make a motion on
Says council
presentations,
manager, you get to
reordering.
follow.
That's on the council meeting, or that's where we're going?
We're on the council
Oh,
meeting.
I'm sorry. I move approval of deletion of 3.3J from the agenda, and also change the agenda to move item 1.4 presentations to immediately after item 1.1.
Second by Kaiser. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Yeah. Just a couple of announcements real quickly. We are going to be joined this evening by Councillor Anderson. He's out of town and was going to join us by telephone. So we will be doing further reordering of the agenda. We'll be holding our public hearing on 735 High Street early in the agenda. So yeah, I can tell that. Yeah. Every once in a while we get it absolutely right. So we'll be doing that immediately after presentations. As soon or as soon as we can get Councillor Anderson on the telephone, whichever comes first. So presentations, who have we got? Who's up?
Do you announce me or do I just announce myself?
This is the Community Engagement Award.
It is.
Excellent.
It is.
Oh, Sadie, I'm sorry.
No problem. Good evening, Mayor Bennett and city councilors. For the record, I am Sadie Carney, and I am here tonight in my capacity as the Rural Policy Analyst and Communications Manager for the Department of Land Conservation and Development, where I am also our Goal 1 Specialist. So those of you familiar with the land use planning goals in the state of Oregon might know that Goal 1 is citizen involvement. And I'm here tonight to recognize the City of Salem planning staff with an Achievement in Community Engagement Award for the public process they used in developing the NESCA-Lansing Neighborhood Plan. I want to apologize on behalf of the chair of our commission, Jerry Lids, who also wanted to be here tonight to co-present the award, but he deferred to his wife's birthday plans, perhaps wisely instead. But he said he wanted me to extend his congratulations and hopes I will let everyone here know how grateful our commission is for the community engagement work being done here in Salem. I had a lot of nice things that I wanted to say, a big long list, because it really was a very impressive application. I believe we have a planner here in the room who might like to come join me. Eunice Kim was the one who submitted the award application, and she and Brian Colburn were the planners that undertook this work. And I just can't commend them enough for how thoughtful their approach was. And when their thoughtful approach didn't go quite the way they thought it would, and they didn't think, based on the research they had done into the demographics of the neighborhood, that everyone who should be present was, they dug deeper and went back and found ways to include that community in exercises that reduced language barriers and allowed everyone to participate, multiple rounds of meeting people where they were, connecting through the schools. Just really, really impressive work that you can be so proud of. So I'll go on to read one more quote from the chair of our CIAC, Steve Faust. He says, What really stands out about Salem's public involvement process are the thoughtful steps taken to identify and communicate with community leaders and their ultimate success in engaging the Latino community in the NESCA and Lansing neighborhoods. Despite limited staff resources, they achieved great things for the community through their innovative, people-centered research. And then our director, Jim Rue, asked me to share this quote. He says, "It feels good to recognize a project of this merit. Not only did the City of Salem follow up with stakeholders they engaged throughout the planning process and let them know how their input shaped the process, but they have gone on to share their knowledge and strategies with other planners around the state. This is truly a great example of public involvement and of proactive city service to a community." And I couldn't agree more. So, Eunice, thank you for all of your work and for everything. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Eunice. Eunice will be in charge of our comprehensive planning efforts, so it's really great to hear the kind of discussion that went on around the work you did in NESCA and Lansing, knowing you'll carry that same spirit into this larger community-wide planning process. So thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Do councilors have any comments you want to make? We'll go to councilor comments while we're hunting Tom down. Anyone want to comment on anything? Oh, yeah. Councilor Cook, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I did not pull the item agenda, but I'm so pleased moving forward with the application for the Safe Routes to School program that the city has undertaken, and really excited with the Safer Crossings program as well. I just really commend the city for this effort.
Great, great, thank you. Anyone else? All righty. No proclamations, so we're done with that. I have no one signed up for public comment. Do you want to do the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor?
Is that Tom?
It is Tom.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. If I could just make a council comment, it concerns the public hearing.
Certainly.
Is this the appropriate time to do that?
We're going to open the public hearing in a minute. Did you want to just comment on we're having a public hearing?
Yes, all I wanted to comment was, I wanted to say that I believe that I have enough, I have over 2 hours of time on my cell phone, so if there is any problem, I have my wife's cell phone, and I will call the council chambers back. And I also want to thank Tammy Carpenter, Amy Johnson, Melissa Woodford, and Rolando Matta for all the help they have in arranging this conference call from Boomtong, Bhutan to high in the Himalayas to the city of Salem. So thanks to all of them.
Well, great. Well, thank you, Tom. We look forward to hearing you for the next couple hours.
No, you don't.
I'm going to open the public hearing on item 4A, public hearing 18-453, if the recorder would go ahead.
The City Council will now conduct a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing the hearings officer's decision approving conditional use Class 2 adjustment case number CU-ADJ 18-07, allowing an existing single-family dwelling to be used as a short-term rental for property located at 725 High Street Southeast. The criteria applicable to the decision is SRC 200.025 D2. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable criteria or other criteria which the person believes to apply to the decision. A failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue shall preclude appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue. A similar failure to raise constitutional issues relating to proposed conditions of approval precludes an action for damages in circuit court. The hearing will be conducted with staff presentation first, followed by testimony from the following. The applicant is limited to 10 minutes. Neighborhood associations are limited to 5 minutes. Other interested parties are limited to 3 minutes. And applicant's rebuttal is limited to 5 minutes. A yellow light will appear at the podium when 1 minute remains, and a red light will appear when your time has expired. Please conclude your testimony when the red light appears.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson, I'm going to ask you to mute your phone during this unless you want to speak, because we can hear every move you make right now.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you.
I have.
You just let me know if you want to say anything. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Bryce? I told you it'd work if I had him do that.
What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? I thought this was going to go without a hitch. Maybe we should mute him. Fernandez has a kill switch over there.
When you hook him up, tell him how to mute the phone.
Did not see this coming. Did not see it coming. Surface parking lot.
Turn around, back again.
Hi, Tom. The button's that big one in the middle.
Say, I hope you did not hear the expletive I just uttered.
No, you were gone.
You were muted by then. Is Jessica there to help you? What do you want to do?
Still in bed, Your Honor.
Okay.
What I am going to do is I had it on speakerphone, and I think that was the problem. I will just listen to it, through
Perfect.
up to my ear.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Bryce.
Yes,
Please.
good evening, Mayor Bennett, members of the council. Bryce Bishop with the Planning Department, and I'm here to present the staff report for the proposed consolidated conditional use permit and zoning adjustment for property at 725 High Street Southeast. So the proposal before you has two components. One is a conditional use permit in order to allow an existing single-family residence to be used as a short-term rental in an RS zone. The second request is a Class 2 adjustment to allow a portion of the required off-street parking to serve the use to be located within the right-of-way of High Street rather than on the subject property. So in terms of application processing, the application was deemed complete on June 22nd. There was a hearing by the hearings officer, which was later held on July 25th. At that public hearing, there was a request from the public to have additional time to present evidence and testimony. That was granted. Hearings officer gave a total of 3 7-day extensions, which extended the comment period to August 15th. A couple weeks later, the hearings officer issued a decision on August 29th, and then on September 10th, the application came before the council as an agenda item regularly, and the council voted to call the decision up to have a separate review. So the subject property is located at 725 High Street Southeast, and that's shown here with the white asterisk. In terms of streets in the vicinity, to the west is the Commercial Liberty Couplet, and Mission Street is to the south. City Hall and the library is a short distance to the northwest from the subject property. Salem Hospital is to the east, and Bush Park is located across Mission Street to the south. The zoning of the property is single-family residential RS, which is denoted by the yellow color on the map. To the west of the property, there in between Commercial and Liberty and further to the west is a kind of commercial zoning, commercial retail, and commercial office. And properties to the north and east are zoned single-family residential within the historic district. And then properties to the south along High are also single-family residential. The property is also within the Gady Hill Bush Pasture Park Historic District that is shown in the green area here, and so that encompasses the park, the majority of the single-family zone property, and then it continues further to the south. Some terms of the property itself, it's 4,743 square feet in size. It fronts on High Street, which is a collector street. The house that's proposed to be used as a short-term, as the rental, is a three-bedroom, two-story home that's approximately 1,884 square feet in size. And one thing that's unique about this property and the others along High Street in this area is that the majority of the land in the front yard of these lots is located within the right-of-way of High Street. High Street requires a 60-foot right-of-way. There's actually 99 feet of right-of-way present, and as such, the white line on the subject property is the right-of-way line, and so that encompasses the driveway for the dwelling, and then properties to the north and south and east across High Street have a similar circumstance where you have front yards located within the excess right-of-way of High Street. So here's a few slides showing the property. So this is on High Street looking to the west. It shows the existing residence that's proposed to be used as the rental with the driveway leading to it, as well as the single-family homes to the north and the south. We also have another shot looking to the south near the intersection of Leslie Street and High Street, and the proposed rental is located under the arrow there. And then finally a view looking to the north near the intersection of Mission Street and High Street, with the home again under the arrow. So the conditional use component of this consolidated application was required because the RS zone, which is the zoning that applies to the property, does identify short-term rentals as a conditional use. In order for a conditional use permit to be approved, there are three criteria that must be met. The first one is that the use is allowed as a conditional use in the zone. The second one is that the reasonably likely adverse impacts of the use can be minimized through conditions of approval. And then the final criteria is that the use will be reasonably compatible with and have a minimal impact on the livability and appropriate development pattern of surrounding property. As indicated in the staff report and in the hearings officer decision, the hearings officer found that the proposed use in this location did meet the conditional use approval criteria, and to further ensure that the impacts of the use will be minimized and that the use can be made compatible with surrounding property, 5 conditions of approval were established that limited the size and the intensity of the use and put other restrictions. The first one is that they limit the number of guests to a total of 6 within the dwelling. It restricts multiple bookings, so you can't have different groups of guests, strange guests, different groups of guests in the dwelling at one time, so only one group at a time. It must be used for lodging. You can't have gatherings, events, and other activities that are other than lodging in the rental. There was a restriction of limiting the 2 cars in the driveway to promote, to lessen the impact of lots of cars in the driveway and to be consistent with what you would typically see in a residential neighborhood such as this. And then finally, there was a condition that precluded the transferability of the conditional use to another applicant or property owner in the future. Typically, conditional use permits do run with the land. In this case, there was a condition that was recommended and approved by the hearings officer to only allow it, for this applicant. And any new applicant, property owner or applicant that purchased the property that wanted to do the same thing would also have to get a new conditional use permit. In terms of the Class 2 adjustment request, again, because of the excess right-of-way of High Street, it results in a situation where the existing driveway to the home, is pretty much all within the right-of-way of High Street. And so the short-term rental itself is required to have 3 off-street parking spaces, and that's based on a minimum requirement of 1 space per guest room. There are 3 guest rooms in the house, so therefore 3 spaces. One of the spaces would be within the existing single-car garage, and then the other 2 would be in the driveway. But since it's technically in the right-of-way of High Street and not on the subject property, an adjustment was requested to allow some relief from that standard. And in review of the proposal as identified in the staff report and the hearings officer decision, allowing the driveway to accommodate a portion of the required parking equally meets the intent of having off-street parking, because the parking is physically really off the street. It just happens to be in excess right-of-way rather than on the formal subject property. So leading up to this night, there was a public hearing before the hearings officer. We sent notice to the Neighborhood Association, which in this case is the South Central Association of Neighbors Neighborhood Association. We did receive comments from the Neighborhood Association expressing concern about the proposal and recommending that the conditional use permit be denied because they feel that this use in this single-family dwelling represents a commercialization of a single-family residence within the neighborhood and the district, and that the impacts of this use and the removing of a single-family owner-occupied home from the neighborhood does a lot to decrease the livability and impact the character of the neighborhood. We also provided notice to property owners within the area of the subject property, and there were many concerns that were identified, and all those comments were included in the staff report packet. And the concerns expressed by the neighboring property owners reflect largely the concerns that the Scan Neighborhood Association had due to the impact of this non-residential use in a single-family dwelling in the residential neighborhood. There was concerns about impacts of parking congestion with multiple cars backing out on the high street, which with its level of traffic. And there was concern that this use isn't consistent with the guidelines of the Salem Area Comprehensive Plan and the city's Historic Preservation Ordinance. In response to those concerns, the first one, the impact of the residential character. The use, it will be in a single-family dwelling. Though it's a short-term living situation, it will not be used for, activities that are other than living. People will still, be there overnight, stay there overnight. They'll eat and live there, but just on a temporary basis. So it is consistent in that respect, albeit it is a shorter-term basis than a long-term rental. No changes are proposed to the home that would prevent it from being used as a single-family dwelling in the future. And because it's in the historic district, we have a historic preservation ordinance, Chapter 230, that deals with the appearance of the structure and prevents any, changes to the physical appearance of the development that would make it inconsistent with the character of the residential historic district and the surrounding neighborhood. And I'd also like to point out, too, that we have two types of uses, rentals that are allowed in the amendments that were approved in 2017 rather, to allow short-term rentals. One is a short-term rental, and the second one is an accessory short-term rental. The accessory is a lesser, impact use and could be allowed without a conditional use permit and only a license. This use is generally consistent with the thresholds for what an accessory short-term rental would qualify for, except for that the operator doesn't live in the rental. It's still, it's not going to be any more than 6 guests, 3 guest rooms, and those are in line with what an accessory short-term rental would be allowed to have. And then finally, based on the limited number of guest rooms and the conditions of approval placed on it that limit the total number of guests, the types of activities that are allowed, and parking in the driveway, the proposed use does minimize impacts to the residential character and is consistent. In terms of the concern about the comprehensive plan consistency, the property is designated single-family residential on the comprehensive plan map and is zoned RS. The RS zone implements that comprehensive plan designation. Short-term rentals are specifically allowed as a conditional use in the zone as if they go through the conditional use process, which we are speaking about here at this hearing. And the proposed use in this dwelling does not result in a change of the zoning. It's still going to be single-family residential. And so, but it's the question of whether or not the conditional use meets the criteria in order to be allowed here. In terms of parking and pedestrian safety, along High Street, staff reached out to the assistant traffic engineer to find out traffic volumes, and over the past 15 years, he indicated that there's been a downward trend in the traffic on High Street. And then also crash data was looked at for the last 5 years, and there was no indication in the crash data that there was any kind of collision or accident resulting from people backing out of their driveway onto High Street. So those concerns may be unfounded. And because of the number of spaces will be limited in the driveway to 2, that's very consistent with what you see, obviously, in the residential area surrounding there. 2 cars in a driveway, so it's not out of the normal to see that, and not above and beyond what you typically see in a residential neighborhood. So based on the facts and findings in the staff report and the hearings officer decision, staff feels that the proposal does meet the approval criteria, and we'd recommend that the council affirm the hearings officer's August 29th decision.
Great. Thank you very much, Bryce. We'll have an opportunity to ask Bryce questions at the end of public comment on this. So I'm going to go ahead and start calling names. I've got about 45 minutes worth of folks signed up to speak. So if you hear someone say something you've said, there's nobody in favor, so no, everyone ahead of you will be opposed and everyone behind you will be opposed. So if you do want to shorten your comments, that's great. And we'll move on through this public hearing and get action this evening, I believe. So is that correct? Yeah, well, yeah. So I just alert you to that. So we'll start off with the applicant. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Yes, there you are. How is he at? And you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. She mentioned 10, so I'm glad you mentioned it.
Yeah, we'll give you 5 more.
Appreciate it.
Just for coming down.
Thank you. If this job doesn't work out for Mr. Bishop, he could be an auctioneer. Well, thank you for having me. This is a big crowd.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Stuart Kirchick. I'm the applicant.
Okay.
I'm really just used to speaking to 12 people and 2 alternates, so this is quite a bit. So my wife and I, my wife's Kim, we have 4 children. Our youngest is a junior at Willamette University.
Move up to the mic if you would. I'm sorry.
And we bought this house. The reason it's in the name of Pensco Trust, LLC, that's our self-directed IRA. So there's been a lot of confusion about it's a corporate ownership. It's not a corporate ownership. My wife and I own it. So we have to purchase it as Pensco Trust, and I wanted to make sure we addressed that point. So we decided to self-direct our retirement account to purchase High Street because we really had a vision for Salem's STR need. We could see that when we were visiting our son at Willamette. We were going to the football games because he's on the team, and there's nowhere to stay really except the Grand Hotel. And we started to search Craigslist and whatnot, and it was clear there was a need. And so rather than buy stock in Chevron, you know, we thought we'd self-direct our IRA at this beautiful home in this beautiful neighborhood. And we saw it as our vision was that, you know, the kids want to get out of the dorm rooms and stay in a living room and go to a barbecue after the game, etc. We saw the location for state politicians, temporary hospital workers, patients' families. I mean, you could walk to Salem Hospital, you could walk to Bush Park. We're just seeing this as a great thing for the city of Salem, really, and all the people that naturally go to that area where the house is located. Our family cannot use it, okay, because it's in our IRA. If we stay there even one night, basically it's no longer a retirement account, so we can't use it. It's basically, our option is a 6 to 12 month lease or a short-term rental, and we saw that there was an ordinance in place that the city of Salem unanimously passed, city council unanimously passed it about a year ago, and relying on that, we purchased this house with the idea that we could comply with the permit. And not do this illegally. We wanted to do it as legal as possible, and so we relied on that ordinance, unanimously passed. No apparent impediments based on the location. We invested in the permit process, which was not cheap, and we remodeled the home. We put a lot of money into remodeling this home, but we were well aware as a historical home. We had several phone calls with the person here at the city of Salem about the windows because they weren't working at the time we bought the house, and we were very concerned about making sure we followed everything that the city of Salem wanted us to do. And we ended up being able to fix the windows without changing the exterior or interior of them at all. So we spent a lot of money. We paid for brand new electrical throughout the entire home, plumbing and interior improvements. And we did so to preserve this house, which is something that's really important to historical homes. And then we had a vision that we'd call it the sanctuary on high. You know, every short-term rental has sort of a name to it, and we really see it as a sanctuary because of the beautiful location of this neighborhood. It's just a gorgeous home. And I show you some pictures to show you what we did to it because, you know, Thanksgiving and Christmas are coming up, and maybe you don't want your in-laws staying in that extra room. I mean, you know, so they could stay in the neighborhood, you know, and you could still visit them. But, you know, we did a really nice job. We really did a lot to the interior of this home. Took out this old electrical system that a lot of these historical homes have, which are really a fire danger, to be honest. It's a master bedroom, backyard. You know, it's just a beautiful place. So both staff and the hearing officer approved this with conditions after we presented a lot of evidence. And the neighbors presented evidence and concerns. SCAN did. Relevant city departments chimed in with the Building and Safety Division, the Fire Department, the Traffic Engineer, Public Works Department. Portland General Electric reviewed the proposal, made no comment. But the concerns from the neighbors, and there's a lot. It's probably 3/4 of this double-sided packet, which I really appreciate. I love having neighbors like this, honestly. But their complaints focus on the ordinance itself. It's not focused on really this home complying with the ordinance. There's no exception in the ordinance for a historical district. That's really what they're saying. What really the neighbors' concerns are, which I appreciate and empathize with, is, hey, not in our neighborhood. I don't know if they were here when you unanimously passed the ordinance, but that would have been the appropriate time to really express their concerns. The transient occupancy tax will support the preservation and cultural tourism of the neighborhood, which, of course, by getting this permit, we're required by law 10%, and it specifically says in the ordinance that it goes back into the historical neighborhood where neighbors and SCAN could actually apply for grants from that money. And then there are reasonable conditions to minimize the adverse impacts of the use on the immediate neighborhood. One permit, there's only a few permits that have been granted. I think one, and then there's 4 pending. One's the maybe it's the Daniel S. Yoder House. It's a contributing resource within the Court Chemeketa Residential Historic District. It's located 1811. They have a permit. It's a historical district. So the idea that because this is a historical neighborhood, it shouldn't be allowed, I think the city's already spoken on that, and something happened here. See if I can get it going again. Here's the cursor. Sorry about that. So this Yoder House was constructed in 1898. It's on the National Register as well. So condition 1 was 6 occupants. Staff originally said 12 years and old do not count towards the 6. The hearing officer said 5 years or old do not count. I would suggest it's very arbitrary to just choose ages. It's real difficult to enforce, and that's the idea of having an ordinance in place so the city could enforce conditions of the permit. How do you know if this, 5-year-old is really a 7-year-old or an 8-year-old? You really don't know. Our request on condition 1 is to follow Oregon law, which is cited up there, 109.555. A minor means a person under the age of 18. So maybe there's 6 adults, I doubt it, but the idea is kids 17 and under should basically be allowed. Per Building and Safety Division code allows maximum of 16 people in this house. So one thing that I want to point out is that if we rent it as long-term, we could have 15 people in this house. I mean, you could have 2 families or 1 family, and they could have 2 extended families, and there could be 5 cars in this driveway, and the neighborhood's going to be really upset about it. So I really think short-term rental with these conditions is honestly a more reasonable solution for everybody. Condition 2 is rent to one group at a time. That makes sense. That's all we wanted to do. Condition 3, short-term rental is limited to provision of lodging. I point this out because the hearing officer added the word no gatherings or luncheons. Now, we're not going to rent it for commercial events. That's not our vision. We want families there who are visiting, doing whatever. But the word gatherings and luncheons, I mean, if I invite your honorable mayor to have lunch at High Street, that's a luncheon. It's also a gathering. So there's no way to really enforce words like gatherings and luncheons. Maybe if we had the word commercial in there, I think that could make some sense. Condition 4, hearing officer recommended 2 cars in the driveway at any given time, and the property manager could be a 3rd car when work's performed. Staff had actually recommended 3 cars max in the driveway. So our request is really for 3 cars in the driveway, and here's why. The garage doesn't adequately fit an average size car, okay? And I'll show you the dimensions in a second. So we respectfully request permission for 3 cars max in the driveway at any given time. So you already saw the picture of the fictitious right-of-way. It's a fictitious line, and you can see our next-door neighbor has 3 cars in the driveway, and there's still some room there to park a car. We could easily fit 4 cars in the driveway. I think a reasonable request is 3 cars in the driveway. Here's the interior of the garage. I took this picture yesterday. It's 8.5 by 11 feet. 8.5 long by 11.5 feet wide that the hearing officer suggests we could park a car in. I don't even think a Mini Cooper would fit in there, honestly. And here's the thing is, the law that's cited up there, Table 806-1, is 1 car minimum per room. So that's 3 off-street parking. Our driveway allows for 4 cars. Section 806 requires the parking stall to be 9 by 19 feet. So the garage by law doesn't qualify as what the hearing officer suggested. It's too small. So the solution then is to comply with the minimum requirement of 1 car per room is to allow 3 in the driveway. Staff recommended 3. We request those 3 to be off-street allowed. Condition 5 is the recommendation of staff and the officer that the permit only be valid for the current applicant and not run with the land or be transferable. My understanding is that is discretionary completely, and it's just unclear. There's no reason stated in here clearly as to why there's a recommendation to not allow it to run even with my family or run with the land. It's an arbitrary and capricious condition because there's no basis in fact to allow it. Our request is to, but I want to be reasonable about it. So I'll exclude 3 billion people that I could transfer this house to and just request that it be transferred by inheritance to my children or our manager, Ms. Susan Martin. I just excluded 3 billion possible people. I can really appreciate and empathize with all the neighbors' concerns. We have short-term rentals where I live. I live on Monterey Bay, right at the ocean. We have short-term rentals all around us. We have 3 short-term rentals. I never hear a peep from them, except when they walk to their car with a Colorado license plate or an out-of-state license plate, and I engage in a conversation with them, and they're super nice. The problem we have is our long-term renters, 2 doors down, that has 3 Harley Davidsons. And when they start the car, their motorcycles, they're jamming up and down the street, and if we have a knife in our hand filleting a fish, you're going to cut yourself. Long-term renters can be more of a problem than short-term renters. I think what's going on is there's just sort of a fear that the neighborhood has that is unfounded. You know, we really want what SCAN says in their Facebook page and on their website, that it's an inclusive neighborhood to all. What better way to include people into the neighborhood than to allow visitors from out of town who are visiting families in the hospital or students at Willamette University or wherever. Evicting long-term renters could take 90 days. Short-term rentals can be almost immediate for contractual violations. There's a contractual violation if there's a kegger party going on there, if there's a wedding event going on that's against our contract. Neighbor could call our manager who's here, Susan. Could raise your hand, please. She's super responsive. She'll say, you violated the contract, you're out. It's that easy. And Airbnb has several tools to protect hosts, guests, and neighbors. And there's a letter in the record from when you passed this law on March 7th, 2017. It's submitted as attachment 4. So the ordinance is in place to really allow reasonable controls and enforcement of short-term rentals in the city of Salem. We've spent much money and time to legally comply in reliance upon the ordinance that's currently in place. The record before the staff and the hearing officer supports the recommendations and our requested modifications. And I said before a little bit, the emotions about short-term rentals are based in fear, not reality. Vacasa is a Portland-based company. They just reported that vacation rental industry is globally $138 billion. Airbnb reports that only 1% of all rentals result in an insurance claim. Now, I don't know. I mean, the city of Salem was smart a year ago by wanting a piece of that $138 billion industry. And so do I. I mean, why not? You know, Chevron just doesn't grow, as fast. And this is how my family's choosing to try and build our retirement, which I'd really like to do fast. Airbnb's connected 400 million guests in 10 years in 81,000 cities. There's just no reason to deny this permit. It's great that the city of Salem's getting on board with this modern economy. So I just encourage everyone in the neighborhood and city council to embrace this opportunity to include visitors and support your city and actually support the historical districts that our homes are located in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did anyone have any questions? Counselor Anderson?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead, Tom?
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for coming, and I appreciate all the work you've done and your interest in the neighborhood. Just two short questions. I'm kind of interested in the fact that your request would be that, you know, your heirs would be able to continue this, and also the manager. Why would you ask that? What's your relationship with the manager?
We met her when we were looking at a home on Church Street. It was for sale about 6 months before the High Street. And she was managing a football teammate of my son. Some of the football players are here now, and my son's here on the far right. And we met her, and because we were referred by their teammates' parents as a great property manager. And within minutes of meeting her, I just could see that she was just phenomenal. And she has not made one penny, has been helping us
Thank you.
for about a year.
The other question I have is, when did you first contact the Community Development Department about the conditional use issues in the timeline of the process if you're looking at the house, looking at the ordinances, and purchasing the house?
The first thing I did was research on the internet through the City of Salem's website whether they had a short-term rental permit process. As far as the first time I talked to Mr. Bishop, if that's what you're referring to, was probably after submitting the application or in the process, although Susan, Ms. Martin, the manager, was mostly handling that because she's local.
So that would have been after the purchase of the house?
I think I would say I started to research the short-term rental options after purchasing the house, or maybe in the process of the close of escrow, in that time frame when we were trying to decide.
Thank you very much, sir.
When did you
Sure.
meet with the Scan Neighborhood Association? When did you have a chance to?
Yeah, so the first meeting, we learned about the Neighborhood Association meeting, and Ms. Martin reached out to see if she could go and address any questions, and she was actually flatly told that it would not be a good idea for her to go. And then a second meeting was held that was related solely to this issue of the home, where she was invited to go, and she did go. And I'm thinking that was maybe last spring or so. I'm not even sure when that was. It was after we submitted the first application, but
So it was after purchasing the home?
It was
and
after
beginning to
purchasing the home.
proceed. Yeah,
Yes.
okay, great, thank you. Counselor Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So who informed her it would not be a good idea to go to SCAM? How did that information?
it was, she was standing with Mr. Bishop at the planning department, and she received some information from a neighbor, I think it was, that pretty much.
I want the record to be clear. So Mr. Bishop advised her not to go to SCAM?
No. Mr. Bishop was there saying, no, you
Advising
have
her
a
to go to
right to
SCAM.
go to this open public meeting.
And then somebody appeared in the planner's office and advised her not to?
You know, I don't know. I'm kind of looking at Ms. Martin because I really
Okay.
don't know. It's hearsay, but I know she received a text saying it's not a good idea that you go.
A text.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Counselor Hoy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm confused by you discussed the Pensco Trust Company earlier.
Yes.
I noticed that address is in Colorado, but you live in California. Can you clarify
Sure.
where this is and who that is and
Yeah.
why they're two different states?
Absolutely. The corporation of Pensco Trust is headquartered in Colorado. I live in Aptos, California. My office is in Capitola, California. They're within minutes of each other, and just by Santa Cruz, if that helps. And so the ownership of the home is named Pensco Trust Company, LLC, for the benefit of my name. And so the Colorado is just because it's technically, legally, the owner is Pensco Trust. So you could put your retirement money into a self-directed trust like Pensco, and you could buy all kinds of things. You could direct them to buy Apple stock. You could direct it to buy real estate. You could buy municipal bonds. It just allows you to have a lot more flexibility with your retirement money than having it go up or down in a mutual fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought you'd have another question. Could you buy gold? I was just waiting. Nope. Okay. All righty. Any other? Counselor Kaiser?
Thank you. So just to clarify, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on your property manager's name.
Susan Martin.
Did Susan Martin eventually go to Scan neighborhood and talk with them?
The second meeting.
The
So the
second
first
meeting.
meeting, it was brought up, and I think they had all their issues on the agenda, and she was specifically told she's not welcome
At that second meeting?
at the
At
first.
the first meeting.
That's the word
Okay.
she got. And
Then there was a second meeting.
the second
that
meeting was just about the
dedicated-
house.
Okay,
And she was allowed to then go.
okay. And for your understanding or your interpretation, how did that meeting go, the second meeting? Did you get feedback? I mean, was there,
Oh, yeah. we
did you
got
try to work
feedback.
together or was it just one-sided?
It was,
I mean,
It
the
was-
characterization
It
of
was,
that.
it was overly unanimous and apparent that the neighborhood did not want a short-term rental in their house. I think there were some in their neighborhood, and there were some issues. I heard, this is secondhand, that had they known that this was a possibility in the neighborhood when city council passed the ordinance, they would have stepped up a little differently back then. That a lot of them were just unaware that this was going to be allowed in the neighborhood.
Counselor Lewis.
Yeah, thanks for coming down.
Thank
Quick
you.
question. Right now, the house is currently vacant?
Yes, other than we have a 6-week renter who's a family of a football player. They rented it for 6 weeks, so they're going to come just for 4 weekends for home games. But we have a 6-week lease, so that's over the 30 days. So technically we have a long-term renter in there, but just for weekends. We're just giving them a kind of a hotel grand type of deal since they're only going to be there for the weekends. And then we also allowed the organizers of the Fish Christian Music Festival to stay for free.
Counselor Cook.
So if I could just ask some more information here, I'm a bit curious with the self-directed IRA.
Sure.
So it was quite apparent from the slides you've made a substantial investment in the property. You're
Yes.
very proud of bringing it up to current standards for electric. It's very livable, very wonderful neighborhood. So in my mind, I'm looking at, if, of course, with prices being the way they are for homes, why not just avoid the trouble, take the money and do it somewhere else? Like, why this particular area? Why without any of the conditions that are set through? It's not as if you're saying, well, the hearings officer has approved this and I accept the conditions. I'm coming into this, and I don't know what type of, I'm trying to think of how we got here. If you're following the code and these things are, owner occupied, different issues that are coming up, why now we're getting to this point? And what options you had along the way to not be here, and why perhaps you decided not to take those options? That makes sense.
Mr. Bishop could probably answer the procedural aspects of how we got here better than I can, but basically it kept getting appealed by the people, by essentially SCAN or whoever wanted to. Any individual who was upset with staff's recommendation or the hearing officer's decision has the right to appeal. And then the council member who's on the phone, I believe, was the one that called it up to city council. I believe council member, is it 8, Ward? Actually opposed it. Or Lewis, I'm sorry. Ward 8, I apologize. I'm unfamiliar with this process. Councilmember Lewis actually opposed it being called up, so everyone voted to allow it to be called up, and that's why we're here, I believe. Does that answer your question? I mean, the first part of the question is, why am I continuing with this? Because it's a great house and I could go elsewhere and not be bothered by neighbors who are upset about it?
I think that's part of it, because you'd started with your, we have this vision, to fulfill this need, we have this vision to be able to have this
Yeah.
form of income on our retirement. And certainly the vision would be allowed to continue
Yeah.
through multiple ways. However, it's very specific and you very much want it this way. And even with our hearings officer issuing certain constraints, it's apparent from your presentation, you do not want to be beholden to those recommendations or those different constraints that were brought up. So I'm just looking at this, trying to process the
Sure.
method behind it.
So there's just 3 real minor constraints. one, really, the only way to comply with the law, the Salem code, is to allow 3 cars in the driveway. I hope that was made clear in my presentation. The garage, which is the 1 car, cannot fit according to the minimum space that the law requires. And the minimum requirement is 1 car per bedroom. There's 3 bedrooms. So that's 3 cars, 1 does not fit in the garage, so 3 has to be in the driveway. Otherwise, you're gonna have them on the street, which nobody wants as one option. Or you're not gonna allow it at all, but then you're violating the minimum requirement law. Maybe city attorney could help explain that a little better than I can, but that's how I'm seeing it. The other requirement is just to eliminate vague terms like gatherings and luncheons. And the other one is just for kids. I mean, how do you how do you exclude a 6-year-old from being there as a possibility by putting this arbitrary, it's a 5-year-old? It's just, how do you judge that? You can't card them when they're walking around. They don't have ID. So the reasonable thing to do is, by law, 17 and under. But honestly, I think to address your question, this is a home in a gorgeous neighborhood where the visitors can walk downtown to about 10 restaurants. They could walk to Bush Park. They could walk to the hospital. They could walk to Pringle Park. They could walk along the creek. They could walk to the football game and then have their kids come back for a barbecue.
I'm very familiar with the area.
It's
I grew
gorgeous.
up here.
So you ask why are we continuing to push for this vision? Because it's perfect for really the city of Salem. It's perfect for the neighborhood. And it's a good way that we want to build our retirement. I mean, to me, it's a win-win all the way around.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Who's here from the Neighborhood Association? Okay, Jeff. 10 minutes, Jeff. 10?
I was told 5. I've got 5 minutes of material here.
City attorney is being real generous tonight. Okay, 5 minutes.
5's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have to
Got a
scroll back and
long,
forth.
long line behind me. So yeah, Jeff Schumacher for the South Central Association of Neighbors. Mayor Bennett and city councilors, thank you for holding the public hearing. This issue has brought together the neighbors in a unified voice, and I'm hopeful that you can all. Should I
We
pause
will
or?
take this from you. But just wait a minute for. Where's that timer?
Allow me when he's not on the phone.
I know.
He's disrupted 10,000 miles away.
The alternatives having here.
Probably is not on.
His head hit the mute button.
There you go.
You get good with the numbers. It's fast.
I use one of these things that's so long, I'm not really sure if there's like a bad button somewhere.
Here I am again.
Okay, Jeff, do you want to go
All
ahead
right.
and start over?
So, as I said, this
Yeah.
issue's brought together the neighbors in a very unified voice, and I hope you can all appreciate the number of neighbors that have submitted written comments on this issue and that are attending tonight's hearing. At the outset, I think it's useful to distinguish between a short-term rental and an accessory short-term rental. It's a kind of confusing issue, at least to me. So accessory short-term rentals are those rentals which are operated as an accessory to a household living use. In other words, someone lives at the residence and rents out rooms or, from time to time, the entire household, if the resident is away. Short-term rentals, in comparison to the accessory rentals, represent a more intensive form of rental activity. Neither the property owner nor anyone else resides in the dwelling unit. As the 2017 staff report pointed out, this conditional use process was instituted exactly because these short-term rentals in residential zones have potential for greater impacts. In 2017, SCAN submitted written comments in opposition to short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. Our view then was short-term rentals are a commercial enterprise that don't belong in residential neighborhoods. Our view now is the same, but in this case we also strongly reject this type of business in one of only 2 residential historic districts in Salem. At this district's creation in 1986, commercial enterprises were specifically excluded. And to allow commercial enterprise today would be unreasonably compatible with the surrounding property, unreasonably compatible with the National Historic District's charter, and set an unwelcome precedent for future development in the immediate neighborhood. Namely, more and more short-term rentals in this neighborhood displacing full-time neighbors. The staff report states that conditions placed on its approval of this application will minimize any likely adverse impacts on the immediate neighborhood. We think this is very optimistic and a very short-term view on the impact that short-term rentals can have. The proliferation and regulation of short-term rentals is relatively new. And cities around the country and around Oregon are grappling with this issue. While it's true that Salem is not Bend or Newport, this particular neighborhood, with its historic homes and immediate proximity to downtown Salem and to Salem Health, would certainly feel an outsized impact if this short-term rental is allowed. In 10 years, Gaiety Hill might be known as the short-term rental district. And in the view of SCAN and the Gaiety Hill neighbors, that loss of the neighborhood is a loss for the city. Right now, this neighborhood functions as a barrier between downtown and the area along and to the south of Bush Park. These neighbors are closely connected, and together they've acted as almost a beachhead against various incursions into the neighborhood. Having these homes in this neighborhood occupied by full-time residents, whether owners or long-term tenants, serves the city well. Finally, I'd like to point out we appreciate the applicant's efforts, which included attending our July Land Use Committee meeting, and we appreciate him being here tonight. But we've collected over 25 written comments from the immediate neighbors against allowing this type of use in this historic district. They understand that this type of use has the potential to eventually erase their neighborhood as it currently exists. And our goal is to preserve this neighborhood. And not just the physical structures, but the human element that goes with it. In the applicant's supporting materials, they do cite 2 case studies regarding short-term rentals. But it's crucial to note, both of these studies are dealing with accessory short-term rentals. The studies talk about the benefits of home sharing. In other words, an owner-occupied home that is renting out rooms. What SCAN is opposing and what these neighbors are opposing is decidedly different. We encourage this council and Mayor Bennett to reject the hearing officer's decision regarding criteria number 3 for the conditional use. This short-term rental is not reasonably compatible with the surrounding property and will have a significant impact on future livability and on future development in this neighborhood. Thanks.
Any questions for Jeff? Jeff, do you have long-term renters in that neighborhood?
In Gaiety Hill, there are long-term renters. I know we had one of the neighbors that owns homes lives in Gaiety Hill and owns other properties in Gaiety Hill, rents to long-term renters.
And is that I'm just trying to understand the commercial enterprise argument. Is that a commercial enterprise to rent houses in your neighborhood?
Sure, but I think to own a home.
I just want to make sure I understand what you mean by commercial enterprise.
Well, I'm trying to use the language that was used in the National Historic District charter in their, the formation documents, and also what the hearings officer has referenced, that this is a commercial enterprise. I think any form of ownership, if you own a home, is an investment. That's not to say you're running a business. To me, a commercial enterprise would signify...
I have rentals. I think of it as a business.
I'm sure you do, but it's... do your neighbors think of it as business, or do they think of, I live next to a renter? I do think there's a distinction and a difference.
Okay.
Because
Take me down that road a little bit. I just want to understand your reasoning on it.
I think part of it, at least for me, is the short-term rental is who's there Monday through Thursday.
Okay.
who goes to your block parties? Who do you call when there's an issue that impacts the neighborhood? You know, when I talk to the Gaiety Hill neighbors, they talk about the little things that make a neighborhood, where they found people hanging out under the Church Street Bridge and leaving a lot of garbage. It's because they're there. The neighbors are there 7 days a week, all year long. They know what to look for. They know who lives there, who doesn't. If those houses are empty 50% of the time, I mean, sure, the physical structure's intact, and the person that owns the short-term rental may have made an investment in the physical plant, so that's maintained. But if nobody truly lives there, is it still a neighborhood? And that's the concern we have, is that we're not saying he can't have somebody live there and rent out rooms. That's definitely different. And in our mind, I think it's a crucial difference than to say we're going to have a property manager not on site, but she can attend to those people that show up on the weekends or here or there. We want somebody living in the house, whether it's a tenant or...
So, and I'm not saying this, but so one of his son's friends rents the house, and makes it available. And he's there, though, for the entire school year. He could then rent those rooms under that.
Under Salem's code, he could.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that's what he needs to do. I just,
I'm just
that is different, though,
Okay.
because then at least they know, oh yeah, the Willamette student lives there.
Okay.
I'm not sure I see the benefit to the neighborhood or the benefit to the city with these short-term rentals. I mean, I understand the individual rights to own their property and do things, but what's the upside to the city?
Yeah, that one left the station a year ago, I think.
It did, but
comment.
we also weighed in on it a year ago, and we said don't allow short-term rentals, not accessories, but don't allow the short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods.
Okay. Councilor Kaiser.
Thank you, Jeff, for your comments. I'm just curious, would Cessna support short-term rentals anywhere in the city?
Scan.
Or sorry.
Yeah, that's
Scan.
right. No, we supported them in commercial districts, meaning downtown.
So you mean property that's zoned commercial use, short-term rental? Okay, but anywhere else in the city that's a
What Scan said
residential zone?
Yeah, what Scan said specifically is we do not support short-term rentals in residentially zoned property.
Okay. And then I think the mayor actually asked some questions I was going to, but one to follow up was, do you have any vacant property in Gaiety Hill? Are there houses that are currently vacant?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm getting some no's.
Okay, because I'll just say, I live next to a property that's been vacant for over 4 years. And I can tell you that living next to a vacant property is not good. It detracts value. I'd way rather that be a short-term rental than a vacant property. So, and I come from a historic preservation background. I actually worked for the State Historic Preservation Office for 7 years, and I administered the National Register Historic Places program for the state of Oregon. And I can tell you that a used building is a saved building. And when properties go vacant or they're not invested in by their owners, that often leads to detriment in that neighborhood. So I was just curious if there was vacant properties. And then the last question is does Gaiety Hill, are properties owned in Gaiety Hill that are owned by people who don't live in Salem or don't live in that property, I guess?
I do not know.
You don't know if there's, okay, people that own the property but don't live there in Gaiety Hill?
I would imagine it's possible. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Any further questions? Councilor Cook?
Thank you for coming down tonight. Jeff, I just wanted to, I know the SCAN Neighborhood Association is unique among a lot of neighborhood associations. Can you just give us kind of a slice about how many members are normally there, how long people have served on your board, what attendance is like, how involvement is in the neighborhood? Is this something that, this is the first time people have ever come together or neighbors routinely engaged?
I mean, we have pretty good attendance, and we weigh in on a lot of issues. This is actually, I will say, this has galvanized a group of neighbors like no other issue that I've seen in my time on SCAN, which is about
Howard Hall?
5 years.
Howard Hall?
Yeah, I got on the board right as that ended.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to help you remember
Yeah,
that.
no, thanks. But no, we have good attendance, and this is, But, you know, again, I will go back and repeat, we weighed in on this May of 2017, I think. And you know, we had good participation on that issue at the time, and here we are back and asking essentially for the same thing, but I think it's a little bit more acute this time.
Councilor Kaiser?
Just remember my final question, sorry. I'd like to give you a chance to kind of respond to what Mr. Kirchick said about the SCAN meeting that was held.
Oh, yeah.
If you could provide your characterization of that meeting. I'm just curious to know if there was any kind of dialogue that happened, or if it was very much a, you know, a for and opposed, and we're not going to talk. We're just going to be angry with each other. But I guess I'd like to know how you characterize that meeting.
So in July, we had a regular SCAN board meeting, which I did not attend, and then a week or two after, there was a land use committee meeting, and we had it at Pringle Hall, and a lot of the neighbors were there, and Susan was there, and I thought it went okay. I mean, there was definitely some tension, but she had a lot of things to say. I think people listened. I know I did. As far as the other issue about telling somebody not to attend SCAN, I'm not aware of any of that. If I could tell people not to attend SCAN meetings, I would use that all the time. But
Okay. Thank you very much.
thank you.
And then I'll start running through public comment. 3 minutes, red light goes off. I'll ask you to quit if you won't quit. We'll have to stop at the red light because we have enough folks. I want to get through everybody. Patricia Demina.
Wakey, wakey.
And Roger's going to testify with you, or are you going to testify separately?
Roger's going to testify after I testify.
Okay.
because-
Pull that mic down and tell us your name and address.
Okay.
All the way down.
Like
There
that?
you go.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Patricia Demina. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Patricia Demina. My husband Roger and I live at 635 Church Street in Ward 2. I'm not speaking on my behalf here. I'll be speaking on behalf of Jane Cummins, who was unable to attend. And before I read her remarks, for those of you that don't know, Jane was the city councilor who made the motion on March 17, 1986, to establish the Gaiety Hill Bushes Pasture Park Historic District as the first National Historic District in Salem. I think you'll find her testimony quite insightful, and it's an important contribution to this hearing. I am writing in opposition to this conditional use proposal allowing an existing single-family dwelling to be used as a short-term rental. The applicant claims the use will be reasonably compatible with the neighborhood. The applicant has noted the historical beauty of the house and argues that this proposed use will further meet a requirement to encourage cultural heritage tourism. The city staff reports that a short-term rental is not classified as a residential use under the UDC, but is allowed in a single-family residential area because the uses generally are found to be reasonably compatible and appropriate in residential areas, i.e., people sleep and eat there. I oppose the application for the following reason. The proposed short-term rental use, a commercial use, is not reasonably compatible within this residential area. The Gaiety Hill and Bushes Pasture Park area has been designated as a special neighborhood in Salem, one to be preserved because it has some of Salem's oldest homes built between 1878 and 1938. 725 High Street is an historic contributing resource within a National Historic District, approved in 1986 as Salem began appreciating that our historic homes were treasures within our community. I put emphasis on national, since we as a country, though young among others, recognize that we too should preserve historic structures and neighborhoods. In addition, I urge the City Council to reject the idea that short-term rental uses be approved in an effort to encourage cultural heritage tourism. Do we really want to start encouraging short-term rentals in historic districts? Visitors may like to stay in a historic district, but they are not part of the fabric of a neighborhood. While short-term rentals may be allowed in some residential areas, commercial uses in this nationally designated historic residential district will compromise the fabric of Gaiety Hill Bushes Pasture Park.
Thank you very much.
And could eventually destroy it.
Excellent, excellent, very good. Councilor Lewis.
Thanks for coming out. I'm sorry Ms. Cummins is not able to be here tonight. We were handed her what you
good.
just read just a few minutes ago. And I have to tell you, and I know you can't speak for her, but I'm taken by a sentence in her comments.
Okay.
And I quote, visitors may like to stay in historic areas, but they're not part of the fabric of a neighborhood. So they can't be here?
No, we're not saying, well, I'm not speaking for her.
They
Do
can
you want me
walk
to
to the
speak for
neighborhood, but they
myself?
can't stay. I'm having a problem because that's how I read that.
Okay. I think it goes more to the idea that this is strictly a commercial use in a residential area. You know, people rent houses all the time, you know, leases, long-term rents, but that's residential zoning. I mean, that's something that's always been going on. This is a house that is not occupied by an owner, by a long-term resident. It just sits there, and people come in and out, and they stay there for a short time. It's like a hotel, basically, without a staff. That's what it is. It's not that we don't welcome people into the neighborhood, but this is just a commercial enterprise that's sitting in the middle, in the heart of the neighborhood. It's entirely different. It's different than an accessory, as Jeff pointed out. An accessory is part of the sharing economy. A lot of people are doing that today because it allows a homeowner to help get remuneration for somebody living there so that they can help pay for their mortgage. But this is not fulfilling that same kind of sharing economy goal.
Okay, thank you. Roger Demina.
Okay.
Followed by Kendra Mingo.
Can we have Councilor Anderson mute his phone, please?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Mayor, members of the council, I guess we've established that I'm Roger Demina, and I too live at 635 Church Street. I wish I had paid more attention when Pat was reading this over to me the last few days and doing it for time. I did it a couple of times, and I've always been long. I'm speaking for Pat.
I'll stop you. It's okay. You'll be okay. Go.
I'll begin with staff's finding on criteria 3, page 5, that restrictions on guests and their activities will ensure that commercial use is reasonably compatible with appropriate development. Restrictions on guests do not address compatibility. It's the commercial use itself that's not compatible. I believe there's support for that position in the comprehensive plan, which addresses development in locations with special conditions. It's a broad statement of intent, but I hope you'll find it worthwhile to consider. Special conditions which exist in some locations need to be recognized in order to develop in a satisfactory manner, unquote. One is districts on the National Historic Register and designated under the city's land development ordinances. Because of our inner city location, commercial encroachment is an ongoing threat. It threatens the neighborhood's residential character and its value to the city's heritage as a still intact early residential area. In making decisions of use, we need to be guided by what preserves and protects, not introduce an additional threat. Staff describes the proposed use as more intensive and less suited to our residential zone. Yet staff finds on page 5 that non-owner occupied short-term rentals are allowed because they're reasonably compatible in residential areas. We see no evidence to back this claim. The articles we've read on the sharing economy do not support the more intensive rental activity proposed for 725 High Street. It's interesting that two articles that the applicant submitted make a distinction. STRs are not compatible in historic districts. Once introduced, the district becomes a profit-making target for investors. Other cities with short-term rental history are grappling with neighborhood upheaval in historic areas, and some are banning all STRs, even those that are owner-occupied. The Gaiety Hill area.
I'm afraid your time's up. Have you
Sure.
submitted your testimony in writing too, also?
We did.
Do we have it in writing?
I submitted it electronically.
Great, we have it then. Excellent, thank you. Does
Okay.
anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Kendra Mingo, you'll be followed by Jackie Heavey.
Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors, for taking up this issue. I'm Kendra Mingo. I live in Ward 2, and I reside at 445 Leslie Street Southeast. I own my home with my partner, Dave Craig. As you know, I serve on the Budget Committee, and as people have probably noticed, I love rules. My job is, as a research administrator, is to look at criteria to judge whether people meet grant criteria in order to be funded. So I think that I just have a point that I think merits your level of attention and further discussion, and that is that I find in this deliberation the confusing or absent definition at the City Council level of what a historic district overlay zone means in combination with a single-family residential neighborhood. My reading and understanding of Gaiety Hill Bushes Pasture Park Historic District is the purpose of that historic district overlay zone, which is a real thing, is primarily residential, and not one where commercial use would be expanding. And if you look at the Salem Revised Code defining historic districts, especially the Gaiety Hill Bush Pasture Park, there's actually definitions in each of those historic overlay zones about what their primary use should be. And so in the code, there's a definition of use that's set forth in the code. So I think I respectfully ask the city to provide a legal interpretation of an overlay zone and to clarify the regulations that apply to a historic district overlay zone in the city of Salem. I'd also like to know how those regulations differ from a regular single-family residential neighborhood. In this case, since the applicant or the application pertains to two types of zones, with differing Salem Revised Code definitions, regulations, and policies, that I think that further clarification of the difference of a single-family residential zone versus a historic district overlay zone is relevant to your deliberation and your decision. So with that, I've also put many comments that refer specifically to each of the revised code provisions, as well as the Salem Comprehensive Plan. And I'm not going to review those again because I've already annotated those for you. But I think that, you know, that kind of confusion around the two zones that represent our neighborhood really, for me, is substantial. The decision that's based only on a residential zone doesn't go far enough.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I thought your written testimony was really quite good, and I want to alert staff. I have exactly the same question that Jackie brought up on that overlay zone and commercial activity. So I hope you'll be prepared to answer what she said and essentially what I'll ask you. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question of Ms. Mingo.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I want to focus, Kendra, on the phrase that is peppered throughout all the material I've looked at, which is that this conditional use is similar to a residential use. So focusing on that, aren't you and other people on your street and on the street where the application is made, do you have some sort of social group in your neighborhood?
We do, yes.
Pardon me? Okay. And do you meet on a regular basis? And that would be people who live on Leslie Street and Church Street and High Street in the immediate neighborhood?
Yes, we have a gathering on Fridays where the neighborhood meets every Friday or twice a month for the whole year. And our neighborhood signs up.
Okay, well, if the use on Church, if the use on 725 High Street is similar to residential use, do you think it would be appropriate to invite whoever might be staying in that house on a short-term basis on a Friday to come to that meeting?
No. I think that all of the long-term renters in our neighborhood are invited to that gathering. So all of the residents, whether they're renters or residents, are invited and receive notice of that Friday gathering. But I wouldn't, not at 725 High Street.
Okay.
So would you say then, based on that, what I'm hearing you say, I think, is that this short-term rental, the occupants of that, don't really contribute to the fabric of this close-knit neighborhood?
No, because they don't reside. They reside for, again, defined in the Salem Revised Code, they reside for 30 days or less. So, and usually, I mean, the purpose of Airbnb is to have individuals staying for only a few days. So, no, they would not be contributing to the neighborhood.
Okay. And then you also are on the Budget Committee, aren't you?
I am.
So do you think it would be appropriate to then 725 High is similar to the residential use that you live on your street? Do you think it would be appropriate to see if we might want those people to be on the Budget Committee?
No. And I think actually I would say that the purpose of the residence is, or the purpose of this property is commercial use. So, where you would have applicability to the budget would be to assess the tot tax like you would to a hotel, because it's a commercial property that has residents, short-term residents.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kendra. Jackie Heavey, followed by Marianne Spradlin.
Okay. Hello. My name is Jackie Heavey, and I live at 747 Church Street Southeast in Ward 2. Where we live, the Gady Hill neighborhood, happens to be Salem's very first National Historic District. And as you can tell by the neighbors present here today, the letters submitted to you by other neighbors, and the continued advocacy in regards to this neighborhood, this National Historic designation is a source of pride for the neighbors and community. We believe that this history does not just belong to our neighborhood, this history belongs to all of Salem. My family and I felt so lucky to have a home in a highly livable, stable downtown neighborhood. We've come to learn that its stability did not happen by chance. It was the work of past neighbors that worked diligently in creating the National Historic District nomination for Gady Hill back in 1986. The National Historic designation is exactly what has secured this neighborhood over time. The nomination states that its purpose was to be a defense against commercial encroachment, to stabilize the neighborhood, and increase owner occupancy. And I'm going to say that again because the original intent could not be more applicable than to this exact case. Defense against commercial encroachment, stabilize the neighborhood, and increase owner occupancy. The conditional use and Class 2 adjustment at 725 High Street is incompatible with the primary intent and designation of the National Historic District. 725 High Street is to become a commercial enterprise from out-of-state investors or a non-owner occupied short-term rental. Many cities call these non-owner occupied short-term rentals exactly what they are, de facto hotels. So let's be clear. Hotel guests do not stabilize neighborhoods. They don't form relationships with neighbors. Hotel guests don't act as neighborhood watch. They don't show up at meetings such as this to advocate, and they certainly don't vote for city councilors. I'm still unclear how the hearings officer's report on 725 High Street, purchased by the Pensco Trust Company, on one hand states that this was in fact a commercial use of a residential home, but still finds that this use is reasonably compatible with a residential neighborhood. Clearly, this is in direct conflict with the Gady Hill National Historic District designation. By allowing commercialization in the very center of this small 4-block radius of about 60 homes, there'll be an outsized impact on this neighborhood. You're changing the very nature of a residential historic district, you're undermining its stability, and you're laying it bare for future commercialization. Do not sacrifice the community's history, the community's benefits, for the benefit of one lone investor. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilor Lewis.
Okay, I'm kind of stuck. I mean, I've heard the testimony. Apparently short-term renters do not bring the value that the neighborhood wants, but there are rental units in the neighborhood.
There's long-term rentals in the yes, that we all know.
Well, long-term, I don't know of any rule that requires renters to be in a rental home for an extended period, so it is potentially short-term renters. But I'm curious.
Again, we know the neighborhood, I would say. We know the long-term renters that are there.
What is that magic number? How long would a renter need to be renting before they became part of that active part of the neighborhood? Or how short is it going to be? I mean, I'm just trying to get that difference between the 30 days or less. What is the number I would need to rent a home in your neighborhood to become part of the neighborhood?
To become part of the fabric?
Right.
You know, I don't know. How long do relationships really take? It's somebody that, I mean, what we do as a neighborhood, by renter or not, is we know each other.
Right.
So over a longer term basis than hotel guests kind of flying in and out of a house.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilor Cook.
Just a question, actually, for the attorney.
Oh, you have to do it with your staff.
Oh, I have to wait for the staff?
Yeah, wait for the staff portion, would you?
Okay, I guess I could tie it in with this. So,
Okay.
Do you serve on any boards for the city?
I do. I'm actually on the Salem Main Street Association. Yeah, I'm on the design committee.
And when you completed your form for Salem Main Street to apply to serve on that committee, were you required to list an address?
I was, yeah.
And were you required as to whether or not you were a homeowner or renter?
No.
Okay. And how often do they have meetings?
Our group we're pretty active, so we're every other week.
So you can come to the meetings are open to public. If you're wanting to make a contribution as a board member, the only requirement is that you have an address, location, and that you're able to attend the meetings. Is
Yeah,
that
you
right?
come to the consistent meetings and follow up. You have to be around to follow up with all the action items.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mary Ann Spradlin, followed by Carlene Benson.
Thank you. I am Mary Ann Spradlin. I live at 712 High Street Southeast with my husband Hugh Nelson. It's almost directly across the street from 725. We talked about what makes somebody part of the neighborhood. It's a willingness to interact with your neighbors to start with. Hugh and I both request that the city denies the application for a conditional use permit and a Class 2 parking adjustment. There's been a lot of excellent points made, and there will be more. Something the applicant spoke about, there are several Airbnbs in the Fairmont Hill neighborhood already. This is not the only option for someone in Salem who doesn't want to stay in a motel. Let's be clear about that. And I don't have any problem with Airbnb, and I don't have any problem with a resident owner who wants to share their home. And I thought that's what the Salem ordinance was about. I was unaware that there was this conditional use that permitted out-of-town owners to purchase homes in our neighborhood and use them as commercial enterprises. This plan is not compatible with the livability of our historic neighborhood in any way. And if this conditional use permit and parking adjustment are allowed to stand, it could be the beginning of the end of our neighborhood. And as the out-of-state owner says, ours is a very desirable area. We know that. That's why we live there. That's why we bought our homes there. And there really isn't any protection now if this is allowed to stand. And it's not just homes that make a National Historic District. It's the people who live in these homes and care for one another. The heart and soul of the neighborhood are the people that live there long term. And I ask that the City of Salem encourage and support the residents of historic neighborhoods by denying this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes?
Thank you, Mary Ann. Just a quick question, because you mentioned the parking. Do you have a driveway from your house?
We have a small driveway.
Okay.
And a small garage.
Yeah, I do too. I have a garage I can't fit my car in either, and a driveway. Do you park your cars in your driveway?
My husband parks his car in the garage, and he can barely get in and out. If I'm going to ride with him, he has to pull out of the garage before I get in the car. I do park my car on Leslie Street.
Okay. Do your neighbors park their cars in their driveways?
If possible.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilor Cook?
Thank you. I was just curious with the address listing, do you have one of the drive like your child lives here signs in your front yard?
I do.
And the topography of High Street, especially going south with the hill, have you seen an increase in traffic along that route?
What I've noticed lately is people driving on High Street and honking their horns when they go by my house, and I can't figure out what that's all about, and it really annoys me.
And the other side, just south of Mission, I've noticed a sign on Mission and High that says local residential traffic only, through traffic, use commercial and Liberty. Is that also the understanding?
I wish it was like that. I can't tell you how many people are going, they're going west on Mission, and then they turn north on High, and west on Leslie, and then north on Liberty. Don't ask me why they do that. They think they're going to miss a light. I don't know. There's a lot of people that drive on Leslie Street that have no business being there.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Carlene Benson, and then William Vaught. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Carlene Benson. I've lived in Gaiety Hill for 27 years in 2 different houses. I just moved 6 years ago. I moved out of the house she's now in. And lived there for 21 years. And I'm going to scratch my comments. I'll hand them in, but I'm just saying what everybody else is saying. But I can answer 3 questions actually. Councilor Cook, as far as the neighborhood coming together, I feel like I've spent half of the 27 years sitting in these chambers fighting one thing or another. Over and over and over again, it was keeping the blind school open, over and over. And then it was Howard Hall, over and over. And then it was the hospital. And then it's parking. And then it's traffic. I can answer your other question about the traffic on High Street. I raised a couple of teenagers living on that corner house. I can't tell you the number of times they went out with a broom to sweep up the glass. It was very educational for budding drivers. It was great. In fact, at one time there was blood, that had to be hosed off. So it's not a good situation. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to do is, there's a lot of neighbors here. I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but can we acknowledge them? They all came down. They're not all necessarily going to talk. If you want to go stand up, wave, do something. This is really important. And a couple over there. Tom, we're all waving. And as far as the, I'm sorry, I'm nervous, so I'm talking too fast. But as far as the email that I think Susan got, I think that came from me actually. And I can explain that. This summer, we found out about this short-term rental. We had no knowledge about it. We found out in like July. All of a sudden, it showed up on our radar. It came through another neighbor, but I don't remember. It got to me about third hand. And I found out third hand that Susan was wanting to come to the SCAN meeting that we were going to go down to. We weren't on the agenda. But in the agenda, there's always a neighborhood concerns and comments kind of place. And it's like 5 minutes, but we were going to go down and say, what's up, what's going on? And, so I checked with somebody at SCAN, and I got back and said to her, we're not on the agenda. There's really no time for this. If you want to address it, please get on the agenda. So she was never told no, and that was certainly not ever the intent. So hopefully that's cleared up there. But no way did SCAN tell her don't come.
Okay, very good.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Any
other questions?
Anybody? Okay, thank you very much. William,
Who do I give this to?
the recorder, if you would, thank you. Then followed by Tom Shennerman.
Hi, William Vaught, 690 Liberty Street, Southeast. First off, I'm just kind of questioning why they want it. I mean, it's been discussed. The Grand Hotel is just a few blocks away. It is zoned for, for this sort of activity. It's easy. You're just taking business away from them. It seems kind of like stupid. Also, the High Street is a collector street, and by the city, it has over 3,000 vehicles per day on that street. It is a very, very busy street. The city has report calls this fundamentally a residential activity. This is not fundamentally a residential activity. This is like a hotel. There will be, besides the residents, there will be administration. There will be cleaning after every visit that anyone comes here. There will be maintenance. This is like just having a full operation there, not on site. They will be coming and going, using this driveway. Right now, they could use the garage, 2 parking spots, and then there's a 4th parking which is allowed during the duration of work. So actually, there's 4 parking spots right now that they say that currently that they'd be able to use. This is only a 2-wide driveway with 3,000 people driving back and forth past it every day. And one of the reasons there's a very low crash statistics for back-out drives is there are very few back-out drives. I walked this over the weekend. North of there, the block north, there was 1 back-out drive. North of that is all commercial driveways. They all have turnarounds. There's no back-out drives. Across the street from this, there's 1 back-out drive. South on Mission, there's 1 back-out drive the next block. There's 1 back-out drive the next block there. Right at this location, there are 4 back-out drives right next to each other. It is a concentration. It is a problem. It is not something that is mitigable in any way, fashion. There's no way to minimize this traffic issue. There's a fundamentally different nature of this road. It is not a residential road. It is not. This is not just a residential activity. This is for business profitable, and cars will be coming and going all the time.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. Whoever lives at 975 High Street. I don't know who it is. I cannot read this. I just can't read this one. I'm sorry.
I'm back.
Irene, it's you. Is that you?
See that was in front of her?
I see it now. Followed by Tom. Yeah, you go, Tom. No, you go, Tom, and she's next. Thank you, Irene. I just couldn't read it. I apologize.
I hope my 3 minutes haven't started yet.
Every 3 minutes starts when you start.
Good evening. My name is Tom Sherman. My family and I live at 1089 High Street in the historic residential neighborhood. My wife and I have lived there since 1992. And my comments this evening are in addition to the written comments submitted by my wife and I on August 1st, which are part of the record. And I ask you to read those comments as well. I believe the fundamental issue for you to decide in this case in plain terms is, should the city of Salem approve the operation of a hotel, albeit a rather small, very nice hotel, located in a house that's been a family home in our neighborhood, and approve the operation of that hotel in a neighborhood specifically designated as being for single-family residential homes. Homes comprising a unique small district also designated as historic. My answer to that question, and I hope yours also, will be no. Such a use should not be approved. The applicant's own testimony this evening clarified this home will not be a single-family home. It's going to be a place where people can come and go after games and things, which is a fine use of a property in a commercial zone or in a hotel. The burden on the party requesting the exception in this case should show why it should be granted. The party in this case simply has not met the burden, as noted by the people who live in the neighborhood, many of whom you've heard from tonight, who submitted detailed comments with many references in unanimous opposition to the proposed use of the house at 725 High Street. As stated in these comments, the conditions outlined by the city staff and hearing officer would fall far short of bringing the proposed use into compliance with RS and historic codes, and upon close examination, I think you may see that some of them would be likely unenforceable in practical terms. I think kind of what we're attempting to do here, maybe city staff, is make a square circle. It doesn't work. It's not working. It's two incompatible uses. There's a qualitative and clear difference between me living in my residential neighborhood and occasionally renting a room in my house to a visitor or two and converting my home into a short-term rental, a commercial enterprise that I manage from another state through a property manager. And I trust you can see this distinction as well. I think fundamentally to call this use compatible with or equivalent to a single-family residence simply defies the plain meaning of those terms, which I find very troubling. While the city staff report valiantly attempt to outline a workable compromise and in effect solve the issues posed in this application, the conditions offered by the city in that report would not alter the critical fact that this proposed use would be a commercial, not residential use, and thus fundamentally incompatible with the existing single-family residential historic neighborhood. The conclusions reached by the city staff and hearing officer are, while well explained, essentially flawed. The decision of the hearing officer, I respectfully submit, should be overturned. In conclusion, my neighbors and I expect from our city officials that your honor,
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
We ask you to honor the trust that we placed in you.
Thank you. Yeah. Councilor Kaiser.
Thank you, Tom, for your comments. I'm just curious. I'm pretty sure that they're along Liberty, not quite at Liberty and or Mission Street, but just a block within, I think between Liberty and High Street, there's a daycare there. So I'm just curious, because you just said commercial use is incompatible within a residential historic district. So I'm curious as to your thoughts on that daycare, because I would characterize that as being a commercial use of a single-family home.
I'm not familiar with, I know there's a daycare there. I'm not familiar with who lives there, if the owner lives there, if it's a...
But in general, I mean, is that a compatible use in your mind?
With an owner-occupied daycare, I think that's fundamentally different than a commercial enterprise.
Okay, so what about the property owner that owns property but does not live there and rents it out?
Well,
is that a compatible?
As others have said, long-term rentals are permitted and are compatible, and I think we have a history of that.
Okay, so you're saying it has to be a long-term, over 30 days?
I think if the city's going to have a single-family residential neighborhood, people living in it ought to be a single-family residential neighborhood, not people coming and going.
I'm just trying to get at the whole idea of what is considered commercial, because a daycare center to me is very commercial, because there's people, like you said, they're coming and going all day, and lots of traffic and people and all of that.
Again, I'm not familiar.
And then renting a property for more than 30 days, I would also consider to be commercial if you don't live on site as well. So I'm just trying to get at the idea of where does that stop? Where does that not become commercial versus commercial? And you're saying it's 30 days is the cutoff.
I'm saying the proposed use, I'm only speaking to the proposed use under this application, and I'm saying it's incompatible with a single-family residence. I guess it's up to the council and to decide that. We've heard long-term rentals are compatible. We have a history of that. Short-term rentals we do not believe would be.
Yeah, thanks.
So,
is the doctor's office on the corner of Liberty and Mission inside the historic district as well? Did I hear that?
I don't know.
Do we know where the boundaries of this historic district is? We'll have to take a look at that. Will you have that map up for us? Because it sounds like there's actually quite a bit of commercial activity if daycare is. And go ahead, Jim.
I don't know.
I don't know if there's a question, but you can comment on anything I say. We've heard a couple of times that there's a hotel right down the street, and that's where visitors should go. But I have a larger family, and we're all in our late 60s, and we like to get together on an annual basis as long as we're still going to be able to. Mm-hmm. And a hotel is absolutely useless to us. There's no place for a family. But yet, a home, like the one we're talking about tonight, is exactly what we look for. And although we may be there for a couple of weeks and not be interested necessarily in attending local meetings or applying for city positions, we certainly are attracted to the livability of the neighborhood as a family. And that's why we seek out exactly what we're talking about tonight.
I think that what you've heard from the neighbors is I think the issue is not that's a great. I've just used Airbnbs on vacation. I think they're great. In this particular single-family residential neighborhood, this proposed use, I think, is plainly incompatible. I think the use that you describe is one that I would want to take advantage of too. It just shouldn't be here. Otherwise, what's the meaning of a single-family residence? That's
Thank you very much. Irene, and then followed by Carol Mitchell.
Mayor and Council, I'm Irene Longacre. I reside at 975 High Street, Southeast. I've lived in my home for 43 years, and back quite a few years ago, I participated in forming this historic district. And all I wanted to say is that the main purpose for the Bush Park Gaiety Hill Historic District was to try to prevent commercial encroachment of the neighborhood, and Bush Park, try to protect it. Both of these areas are very fragile, especially the Gaiety Hill neighborhood. And that's why I'm totally opposed to this for all the reasons cited for commercial use. It is commercial use. And that's about it, because I don't have anything else to say. And it's Longaker.
I can see it now.
Yeah, thank you. If anybody has any questions.
Great, thanks very much. Carol Mitchell, followed by T.W. Milligan? Okay, well, you're up next.
Good evening,
Carol.
Councilor and Mayor. I'm Carol Mitchell. I currently live at 910 Saginaw in Fairmount Hill, Ward 2. I'm the former owner of 525 Leslie in Gaiety Hill. I spent 8 years in Gaiety Hill, but I've spent 20 years as a Salem Historic District advocate. The city is starting to develop B&B regulations. I want to comment on 2 Fairmount B&Bs that I'm aware of. Both are owner-occupied. The owners are on site. They're monitoring activities. They're maintaining the home. They are accessory dwelling units. One is a studio in a separate building. The other is an apartment over a garage. Both of them have plenty of parking on quiet residential streets with limited traffic. Fairmount has many beautiful older homes, but the neighbors have chosen not to become historic district. Nevertheless, these homeowners are being considerate about renting out the space and impacting their neighbors. I understand that 725 High cannot be owner-occupied under terms of the owner's trust. Owner occupancy makes a huge difference in the quality of neighborhood life and values. In 2003, when I was the chair of SCAN, I led a group of neighborhood volunteers in updating the inventory of historic properties in Gaiety Hill, some 130 residences. SCAN endorsed the project, and we had the blessing and encouragement of city staff and the city's Landmarks Commission. The update of all those properties is now part of the record at SHPO. At the time, SCAN also reviewed and commented on proposed revisions to preservation ordinances. As I reported to the Planning Commission at that time, maintaining homes in the historic district requires significant commitment in time, money, energy, and following specific city regulations. Neighbors then were committed to the values of the historic residential district and to maintaining it. They still are. Please do not commercialize this lovely residential neighborhood, which is a significant piece of Salem's history.
Excellent.
Questions?
Councilor Lewis.
Thanks for your work in organizing this. I'm curious, of the 130 homes that you worked with, how many of them are rentals, long-term rentals?
I could not at this distance tell you, but you did ask about residences and rentals. I happen to know that one of the Gaiety Hill property owners who lives in the neighborhood has rented homes that they own, that they maintain, that they are blocks away from, and that they always require long-term leases. Some of those renters have lived there 10 or 15 years in those particular homes. They're renters who've become part of the neighborhood and active in the neighborhood. Other?
Thank you, Carol.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Milligan, followed by Jim Randall.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is J.W. Milligan, and I was asked to speak on this application by my former neighbors. Along with the massive volunteers I led and co-wrote that created Salem's first historic district. I originally was leasing my house. By the time it was adopted, we owned the house. My background is 35 years in the financial area. I run a family hedge fund. We run a family hedge fund. But I also have a background in real estate and also as a land use planner. I've worked as a professional in Metro, Clackamas County, Yamhill County, and LCDC. Historic preservation is a passion of mine. And I've written or assisted in the creation of 3 different historic districts, and they're all different. One was the Alphabet District in Portland, a high-density, mixed-use district where when I first went there, our neighborhood board all got arrested but me. We had a conflict. Someone had to bail them out. The other one was where my grandparents grew up in Willamette. It's an area that froze in time between a commercial and a residential area, all unique. Salem's district holds a special, place in my heart. It was our first house. And it had threats. At that time, we had Third Bridge on Mission, expansion of the downtown, commercial creep from Commercial and Liberty, and of course the Salem Hospital was our enemy at the time. And when we did the district, the boundaries were carefully drawn based on public participation, history, politics, and primarily for residential use. The commercial uses were all taken out. The district has always been uniquely residential in character and needs to be judged on its residential historical use. Now, I did present a long letter that shows me a picture with my hair on my head. But I think one of the things that I can answer is commercial use. My family runs a hedge fund, and we've looked at doing vacation STRs, whatever you call those. One in our neighborhood in McMinnville, where I live in a 1911 house. And we found out by doing the numbers with a short-term rental, I could double or triple the income than what I would rent it for, and keep it empty part of the time. And so economically, it made a lot of sense. What this can lead to, though, is the properties in that historic neighborhood, which is very fragile, will increase in value to commercial values. It will decrease residential use, which decreases the users. And then the historical significance of the neighborhood is residential in character, and you lose that. You've all seen out there, you know, a place, a historic house where it's been turned into industrial or commercial, it's left to rot. And
Thank
if you
you,
allow
Barry.
the neighbors, so that's, any questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Just 2 questions. For clarification, who are you in the photo? There's one person with,
The one with
There's
not the one without hair, but
Okay.
the one with glasses and the hair standing up, that's my wife in front, who's also here.
okay, all right. And so second question, you talked about, just lost my train of thought with the photo.
I know.
Sorry, I just lost it. I know it'll come to me, but
It'll get worse, don't worry.
Yeah, it's all uphill
I'll
from
have
here.
some water.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jim Randall. Jim is the last person signed up. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jim Randall. I live at 460 Leslie Street with my wife Cheryl. I have for the last 26 years. I'm a Salem native. About 16 years ago and 30 pounds ago, I was actually elected to this body. I represented Ward 2. I arrived here and sat down next to a guy that looked an awful lot like this guy. That was 16 years ago. He's still there. I don't know. There's a record for that. I think sometime after the Great Flood is when you were got on council or something. But anyway, my hat's off. Seriously, that's a long time. That's a lot of council meetings. I just wanted to share just a couple of moments with you. As Ward 2 in those days was the ward, and it had all of downtown, it had all of the government buildings, Lama University, the Capitol. You know, it was the heart of Salem. And at that time, it was a new administration that came in, and Mayor Taylor, it was her first term. Downtown was really an emphasis, a big emphasis on trying to get people downtown. And during that time, we did sign the agreement that built the convention center. Now it's called a convention center. It always should have been, but now it is. We did the Union Street Bridge. That was a big moment. We got a little further on the Minnow Brown Bridge, which now has a name and is a beautiful bridge at night. The thing is that as we did all these things, we kept talking about this complete comprehensive package. A great downtown, but clearly not the mistake that some cities make with a great downtown and a slum, or at least old tenements or houses that weren't kept up in the low rent district just next to the big shiny buildings. And so it was very important that we worked with the neighborhood association. We did. But we also worked with the historic district, and what we did was all focused on what the owners needed to do. We wanted to make sure that they understood the responsibility of maintaining the house, not changing it. They had to go through some hoops and all if they were going to change it. What we didn't do, and it's come out tonight, and I'm really glad it has because I thought I was the only one, we didn't do enough to protect it legally. There's been a lot of good thoughts expressed here tonight, and as I read all the materials, we said it back in '86 that it was only to be commercial, and we listed 5 things it could be, and it wasn't supposed to have any commercial. Museums and medical and parks and residential, and I forget the other one. But we didn't say, and it will be special. It will be residential, single, H, historic, and we won't confuse the issue. So I ask you tonight to, first of all, reject and appreciate all the effort that the applicant put in, but he told us in his own words it's a commercial venture, and it certainly is. I hope you'll reject that, and then I hope this council will move forward with the thing that has been suggested by a number of people, and let's get it right. Let's clean up that language. Let's make sure that another person doesn't make the same mistake, and we don't look like we don't have left hand, right hand working together. So I appreciate all of you and all the work you do here, and especially this old guy over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. John, you want to speak?
Yes.
We have all of your written correspondence.
I know you do.
Okay. Just wanted to alert you.
No, that's from another battle.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir. For the record, my name is John Christensen, and my address is on file. What I'd like to read, if I can, Councilor Kaser and the rest of y'all, the State Historic Preservation Office has a brochure, and it's called Planning a National Register Historic District, which is available from the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. It's also available on the Oregon Heritage website. It says as follows: one of the primary benefits of National Register nomination is, this is a quote, to help stabilize a neighborhood, to stimulate increased owner occupancy, by making a more distinct and desirable place to live. Right now, in the National Register nomination documentation, it specifically says, Gaiety Hill provides the district with a front line of defense against commercial encroachment upon a distinctive, intact, and I'll repeat that, intact residential neighborhood surrounding Bush's Pasture Park. The proposal erodes the basic goals and objectives and integrity of the National Register nomination that was provided to the Department of Interior, to the U.S. Park Service, to the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, also to this council, which unanimously adopted a National Historic District for the first time in Gaiety Hill on December 8th, 1986. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, John. Any questions? Thank you. Okay, any questions for staff? Why don't we start with I really am interested in Kendra's questions about the overlay zone. Sort of explain the historic overlay zone and how this fits inside that overlay zone, and how I really want to hear the rationale for this not being determined as a commercial enterprise.
Okay, you bet.
Help me through that.
Yeah, Bryce Bishop with the Planning Division. So technically, it's not an overlay zone in our code. It's a historic district, which is distinct, from overlay zones. Typically, overlay.
What's the difference between this and an overlay zone?
Overlay zone is a term of art, that we have in other lot of overlays. The council is aware when you did the UDC.
Can I put any window I want into my historic house, or am I in some kind of overlay zone that limits my ability?
If you're in a historic district, yes, there would be a limit on replacing windows, and the way that they work is you have the zone and the historic district. The historic district doesn't get into anything in terms of specifying the use. It relies on the zone district to do that. What the historic district does do is establish standards for demolition of buildings, for change of the appearance of the outside appearance of the building, if the portion that's being changed is visible from the facade, but it doesn't dictate, what use is allowed. The historic ordinance also, I would like to point out, does allow for if there's like a home that or a structure in a district that's not being utilized, it allows a process called historic adaptive reuse, which allows a use that's a non-residential use that's not even identified necessarily in the zoning district to go into that structure in order to allow it to be used for a viable purpose.
Is there an example of that in this historic district?
Well, the closest example would have been if the applicant had chosen to go through at the corner of High and or Liberty and Mission. There was a series of homes that were owned by a dentist, and those had fallen into disrepair.
Yeah.
They could have come in with a historic adaptive reuse application to have a non-residential use, a more economically viable use in those structures to allow them to be preserved.
Okay, and then the question of commercial. Tell me why this isn't commercial, or is commercial, or what?
Well, because
help me through that.
Because it is as we indicated in the staff report and the hearings officer agreed with, it does allow for it's people living there. It's not people going to the office, working there, and leaving. It is providing a place where people are staying, doing the typical things you would have in a residence, but on a short-term basis. It's only the difference in time, and yes, there could be more turnover, but it's not as if you're opening an office there or a daycare for that matter, where you have drop-offs and pickups at the end of the day. When we did the ordinance back in 2017, we felt that the short-term rental and accessory short-term rentals, because of that nature, they were reasonably compatible with the RS zones and in any RS zone, not just historic district, and that's why we allowed them, but had them subject to this process to allow public comment and review, and that's what we're doing.
Do we have a clear definition of commercial? I'll be honest, I find this a little tortured in calling the kind of. It's like if you put your head down, it's not commercial, is kind of what I hear you saying in a way.
Well, I don't know if the trigger is if it's commercial or not. Is the use reasonably compatible with the other uses in the neighborhood?
Is there a commercial definition in this of what commercial is then in this, or is that not the issue? Am I down the wrong road here?
Well, we have a chapter 400 called use classifications, and it does include short-term rentals as under the lodging category, which would be commercial.
Oh.
But, the zone does allow beauty shops and barber shops in the RS zone as a conditional use. So the RS zone does allow other uses that are not residential, to be located subject to this approval process of a conditional use permit.
So you do agree this is a commercial use? I just want to make sure I understand, because I found it a little confusing.
It's probably a commercial use, but it's not, it's a different, it's not to the extent of like
It's
a
not a
retail
barber
store or an office, or
Okay.
it's a use that has characteristics that are similar to living.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilor Kaiser?
Thank you. I'm just curious, kind of sticking on the theme of commercial, is the activity of renting out a property a commercial use in general? Like if I own property but don't live there, rent it out, is that considered?
We wouldn't distinguish, that, whether or not you rent it or not.
Yeah, I just own it, and
Yeah.
you don't necessarily
Yeah.
care who I rent it to or for how
Right.
long, or
Correct.
unless it's under. Okay. Are there other properties within this historic district that are being used for commercial purposes?
Yes, there's a church, there's a daycare, there's Lord and Shriver Garden on Mission Street, and
Is the podiatrist or foot clinic?
the new on the corner
Right,
of Mission
on the
and
corner
High.
of-
Yes,
yeah.
that's very commercial.
Okay. And is this, I think there's a bit of confusion that I saw within the testimony. Is this land use application a rezoning?
No, it's not. It
Okay,
still
could you
stays
just
RS.
explain how that works, how this is not a rezoning, this is a
Yeah.
conditional use? Could you just quickly explain the difference?
You bet. The RS zone has a list of uses that are permitted, short-term rental specifically identified as a conditional use, so therefore, if you go through the process and get approved, you would be allowed. So it's not a rezoning, it's still single-family residential, and they're utilizing, the use that's allowed in the zone on this property.
So I'm curious too, because of budgetary issues that come up every year, who's going to enforce? I understand there's a property manager, she sounds excellent, but if I want to call the city, it sounds like I call code enforcement. I can't really call a cop if these people are out in violation. If they're having a party inside of the sort of party code, whatever that looks like, but they're having what amounts to a party, under the terms here, I'd have to call Brady to come out and enforce the code. Is that how this would work to enforce this?
It would be complaint-based, as other, uses where we put conditions on.
They're only there overnight and they're having a noisy party. Who do I call?
That's why we have the property manager requirement in the ordinance, that you have to have a designated representative. That information is on the website,
But I want to call my city. I want to call my enforcement mechanism I'm familiar with. It would be code enforcement, it sounds like.
Yeah, for like the overnight, event, if it's getting rowdy, you could call the police if there's,
Well, it'd have to be
danger.
pretty rowdy.
Yeah, but for noise, yeah, if it's just a one-night event, yeah, it could occur on the weekend. Yeah, we won't have compliance services officers.
They've got a
to-
dozen people there instead of 5. I can tell they're all spending the night because I saw the sleeping bags come in. Again, I called Brady.
But again, that's why we had
Okay.
the backup of the property manager to reach out to and respond to.
I'm a little concerned about this, how we would enforce this a little bit. Councilor Kaiser?
Thanks. How many short-term rentals are in the city currently
Well, we
that
have
are not owner-occupied, or, yeah?
that are not owner occupied. Well, we have right now. We haven't had very many. We've had a total of 8. Two of which are in review. There's an
Okay.
application we have in, but this is the only one in the Gady Hill Bush Pasture Park Historic District. We had another short-term rental on Chemeketa Street that was referenced,
Yeah.
and now actually discussed at the hearing in 2017 when we're adopting these amendments. And then there is one in the downtown historic district in the CV zone, which
Is
doesn't
there
meet-
one out on Jefferson Street as well, out in Northeast?
Yes.
Okay.
That one on Chemeketa, is that in the
It
Chemeketa
is
Street
in
Historic
Chemeketa,
District?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I have one more question. Does the city's historic preservation code regulate use?
It does not.
Okay, that was my understanding as well. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, you look like you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it goes back to the property manager contact information. Is that a 24-hour notice or availability
Yeah,
requirement?
it's on the website, so you can look at it anytime, get the phone number and the name of the person to get a hold of.
And they would be required to update that if
Yes,
there
if
were
they
a change
change.
in that?
Correct.
But the other end of that phone call, if I call that number, does somebody have to be there?
They're supposed to, as part of the license requirement, they have to be always available to respond.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
timely respond.
Can you explain to the condition on transfer? That seemed quite odd to me, that you can,
Well, it's to,
I
because
just didn't understand.
we've done it in other cases where we've had these conditional use permits,
Okay.
and the concerns have come about in terms of who's managing it and how it's going to be managed. One person and property owner who and manager could be very different from another, and
Okay.
so by having the process to go through it again, if it changes, there's an opportunity to kind of vet it again, I guess, and ensure that. Just because you have an approval and it was approved like 2018, and then the property is sold to somebody else, that use with a different operator could have different impacts, or impacts may have changed, or circumstances may have changed over time. So a new conditional use permit might have new conditions placed on it to address any issues that might have come up in those prior years. So it's not wanting to just say that it runs with the land and transfer to anybody.
The house burns down, can they rebuild it as a?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. They would have some issues with the historic preservation ordinance in terms of how it's rebuilt back and what it appears like,
Okay.
but yes, they would still have the benefit of the conditional use permit for
Okay.
the current operator.
Okay. Counselor Lewis?
Bryce, if I were to be renting this house, let's say on a 2-year lease, what would be the maximum occupancy and how many cars could I put in the driveway?
Well, the building code would allow, several, I think. I think it could be like 10 to 15. I sorry, don't have that information in front of me. But yeah, you could, based on the type of structure. And our code, actually, the zoning code, if it's a family, you could have an unlimited number of people that are meeting the definition of family that are related by blood or marriage. So you could have a significant number. And, that the driveway is there. You could have several kids with several cars. You could have parking impacts, that are maybe beyond what the short-term rental would have with a long-term renter. Depends on who's renting it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Counselor Anderson. We're getting towards your
Thank
2
you.
hours
It's
here, buddy.
Yeah. It's hard to see my hand waving when I'm halfway across the world.
Okay.
Just a few questions, Bryce. First of all, with respect to the commercial use, I've read the voluminous records here, and it seems to me that the fact that this is a commercial use is conceded. The real issue is whether or not the conditional use permit will obviate the fact that it's a commercial use.
Yeah, correct. Whether the use can be conditioned to minimize impacts, and whether the use can be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, I had a trouble hearing you, but I think you said that essentially I was right, even though I might not have used the right terms.
Yes, it's about how that proposal meets how that use meets those criteria.
Okay, good. Then let's talk about the podiatrist office on the corner of Mission and Liberty. You're familiar with that, the situation that led to that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, my understanding was what happened was a prior property owner purchased the whole property, which had residential, homes on it, allowed those homes to deteriorate to the so badly that then he invited the city staff to issue a demolition permit because they had deteriorated so badly that they couldn't be fixed. Is that correct, essentially?
Yeah, he really let them, be subject to demolition by neglect, so they weren't taken care of and then they decayed.
Yes.
And that was the result of our...
that is what led to a change in the historic preservation law, where if you want to demolish a building in a historic area, you have to meet all sorts of criteria that it's commercially or it's financially impossible to do it, that you will have another use that is equal or better, and that sort of stuff. Is that also correct?
Yeah, that's correct for demolition, but the demolition by neglect actually we can enforce maintenance if if a property is being neglected.
And so once the demolition permit was issued, there are no historic houses on it anymore. Is that also correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then I want to also talk about the. I sent you an email earlier, and thank you for your prompt response. As to, is there another situation like this that is out-of-state resident buying a property for use as the short-term rental in a historic district. And we talked about the one, or you sent me information about the one on Chemeketa Street and the Court Chemeketa Historic District. I've read the conditions there, and there seem to be two different issues, or two different matters here. The first one is the conditional use permit for that required a caretaker on site.
It wasn't on site. It was a neighbor who lived in the neighborhood, but it wasn't an on-site caretaker.
Okay, and there is no caretaker provision in this particular conditional use permit, is there?
That's because there isn't, because they have to get a license, which requires a licensed property manager to be in the city to respond. So that takes the place of the caretaker.
But there is no caretaker. To me, a caretaker is a different animal than a property manager. You don't have to agree or disagree with that. The other issue with the Chemeketa Church, or Chemeketa, whatever it is, the district there, court, was that was a pre-existing B&B in 2015 when the conditional use permit was granted for the B&B, and the current short-term rental ordinance wasn't passed then. So it seems to me like the Chemeketa Court Street was kind of basically grandfathered in because they already were up and operating and they had gotten city permission earlier.
Yeah, that is correct. That was before the 2017 when we adopted our new ordinance. But I would point out that the requirements and the conditions that were placed on that are very similar to what are in our license, our ordinance today to regulate short-term rentals and accessory short-term rentals. And I would point out too that bed and breakfast before this were allowed still subject to a conditional use permit, and there wasn't a requirement that they had to live there, so they could have had a bed and breakfast.
Right.
So when we did the new amendments, we just kind of kept that the same.
My last question is, I believe the applicant stated that he contacted you or somebody in the planning department to discuss the conditional use after he had purchased the home. Is that your understanding too?
I had been contacted by the property manager, Susan Martin, if I recall correctly, to ask about kind of what the process is and what it takes to locate a short-term rental in this neighborhood, and discuss that if you don't live there, you're not an accessory short-term rental. You'll have to be a short-term rental and get a conditional use permit.
I just want to. That was after the home had been purchased.
I can't recall exactly if that was after the home had been purchased or like right in that kind of that window that they were looking at purchasing it. I can't say for certain.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, Councilor Cook.
Thank you. I remembered my question. I wanted to ask about the fictitious line that was referenced as far as the property right-of-way and the requirements and restrictions along actions along the right-of-way. If you could just kind of go into the rationalization of that. Is it a fictitious line? Is it a real line?
No, it's a real line. It exists. It's a right-of-way line. It's city-controlled. It happens to just be, more than the 60 feet that's required. It's, 99 feet rather than, 60 feet. So. And then there's people's porches on that are into the right of way, so it affects several properties.
Why is it 99 feet? That's just huge. Is it so you can turn the wagon?
Peter Fernandez, Public Works Director. I would presume that 99 feet are sort of the original rights of way, so I would presume that it's either an original plat or a just soon after an original plat that would match the other 99-foot rights of way, like in downtown and other
Have we
locations.
looked at all at vacating parts of that, or do we just hang on?
There's just never been. We're never going to build anything beyond what's there. I think it's just a live and let live situation that's been that way for time immemorial.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Point of clarification on that. So if someone wanted to, say, cut down a tree that was in the 99-foot public right-of-way, they would not be issued a code fine? Those trees would not, in fact, be theirs if someone decided to...
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. They would be city trees, and we've had situations...
So they would be issued a fine
well,
if they were not their trees?
We would have to remove the tree for them if it met the criteria.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. That's everything, isn't it? Okay, the applicant's rebuttal. How long does he get? And that's 7 minutes. You bet.
This is such a great group that I'd love to have their efforts in changing this right-of-way line with the Public Works Department. Maybe we could all do that, and we'd have more property that we'd all own.
Yeah.
I mean, if someone trips on the sidewalk, the city's liable instead of the owner, whereas usually the owner would be liable.
Yeah. No, if they fall in your front yard. Go ahead. Why don't you?
Thank you. And that's what I meant by fictitious. It's the line is 8.5 feet from the garage, so by the law, you could not legally park a car because the law requires 9-foot minimum. So you really cannot even have a car legally in your own driveway. You're basically, everyone along High Street that has a driveway is parking in the right-of-way at this point. They're parking on their own driveway. What I really heard, again, from the neighborhood is that they have a problem with the ordinance, that by definition, this is incompatible because it's in a historical district. And the law's in place that there are compatible uses with conditions. And I do accept whatever conditions can reasonably mitigate the impact. It's just the ones that, the reason I brought up the ones that the hearing officer relied upon were simply because the driveway is inadequate or the garage is inadequate, the terms are unenforceable, and the ages are just arbitrary. So, but if that's what City Council wants to do, obviously we will do everything that the city requests of us as best as we can. So I wanted to say that. I wanted to also say, I guess, that honestly the most shocking thing I heard tonight is that it would be inappropriate for the guests of the short-term rental to gather with the Friday night group and introduce themselves. I just find that shocking. I really do. I mean, I think there was a comment that that they would be willing to build relationships. And, you know, you could build a relationship in 10 or 15 minutes by meeting someone from out of town who maybe has a room available for you to rent someday if you want to travel. I mean, there's just ways to build relationships with people that are not part of your clique. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but it sounds like a clique out of high school that doesn't allow visitors on the short-term rental to join in the neighbors.
Yeah, I'm just going to suggest talk to the council.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry.
It's the hand.
I will. So I really would like to just encourage that, yes, it is, I concede, a commercial enterprise. Of course, I don't live there. But the uses would be residential in nature. They would do everything.
Can he text the vote if he wants to vote and he's cut off, or does he have to vote vocally?
If I can't hear him, he didn't vote. We'll try to make sure he's there.
I think that is something we need to look into as far as time duration of phone calls and when they drop.
Yeah.
Because you should be able to deal with that before.
Hopefully this doesn't happen. Hey, where'd you go? Sorry about that. We're going to go ahead and continue your testimony.
So I lost my spot there, but this really is a benefit to the city in terms of the transient occupancy tax. It is different than a hotel because you can't have a barbecue inside a hotel room. You know, there's just a lot of differences to having a nice home. And there's no difference. If I rented it to someone for 5 weeks, really there's no restrictions on what I can do. So really, at the end of the day, the short-term rental is in a lot of ways a better option for the neighborhood. I don't see much of a difference between someone becoming a fabric of the neighborhood, renting it for 6 months, versus different people coming in from all over the world and visiting this this nice historical district. And again, my wife and I, when we applied for this, we really justifiably relied on what we were reading, and that there was nothing by the virtue of the very fact that this was a historical district that excluded conditional use permit. And so we went forward, and what we've done to this home is the opposite, apparently, of what happened with the podiatrist office. We are trying to preserve this historical home by putting such a big investment into it. It is literally, the plumbing from the street sewer line to the house was replaced. It's brand new. I mean, the electrical, it's really more preserved than it can be. We've done the best we can. We want to continue to do the best we can. Ms. Martin is again, a phenomenal property manager. My son, who's here, who rents on Commercial Street in a home with other students, she's the manager. He's told me that when he texts her, she responds. When he has a question, she responds. And that's what we want. And I really do appreciate the neighborhood's concerns. I really do. But I just encourage him to embrace it. It is a changing economy. The city has acknowledged that by passing this unanimously last year. And in the future, if we want to limit how many or the number that should be in historical districts, I'm happy to work with anybody to encourage something more that's just not in the law right now. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor, go ahead.
I just had a question. You mentioned in the beginning that you were an attorney or a lawyer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's the specialty? What's the field of law that you...
Mostly criminal defense work and personal injury.
So not real estate?
Not at all.
Okay. And then
obviously not city council law either.
making sure, you'd mentioned your son attending Willamette.
Yes.
And he's the oldest to attend, the only attendee of Willamette. How many years? I'm trying to figure out how many years you've had that connection to Willamette in this area.
Sure. He's a junior.
So
He's
3
my
years
youngest
is
son.
what we're assuming? Oh, okay.
I pardon?
Sorry, go ahead.
He's my youngest son. He's a junior. He hopes to get into the MBA program, so hopefully he'd have 3 more years. I have no other children. I have none before him that went to Willamette. We didn't even know, honestly, about Salem, Oregon until he was being recruited to play at some school that we thought was pronounced Willamette.
Congratulations. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
I want to try to maybe narrow down this concept of the purchase and then the idea of the short-term rental, or the idea of a short-term rental and thus the purchase. Was your decision to purchase this home based on your perception that it would be a short-term rental, or did you make the decision to purchase the home and then decide to use it as a short-term rental?
I would say the latter. We loved the home. We just knew we couldn't live there, nor could our son live there by law. Mm-hmm. So our 2 choices were a long-term rental or a short-term rental when we bought the home.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate your time.
Okay, I'm going to close the hearing. Yes.
So the Neighborhood Association did make a request to continue the hearing or keep the record open. This is a second hearing. There was an original hearing before the hearings officer, so you're not obligated to grant that request. One issue that we have is the 120-day decision deadline is October 20th. Is that correct?
Yeah, subsequent to the staff report being completed, we did get a 3-day extension to allow a decision to come back.
So October 23rd?
Yes, October 23rd.
Which would not allow you enough time to make a motion and a vote on that tonight and adopt a written ordinance. So you don't, unless the applicant are willing to grant an extension to the 120-day limit, which he hasn't been at this point, you do need to make a decision tonight.
Okay. Councilor Anderson?
Yes, I move that the City Council deny the conditional use permit application.
Second. Second by Hoy. Do you want to discuss it, Tom?
Yes, I do. Thank you. First, and I just wanted to declare that I happen to reside in the Gaiety Hill Bushes Pasture Park Historic District, but this does not affect my decision because it doesn't really affect me personally, because I live in the far southeast corner on the whole other side of Bush's Pasture Park, and the Gady Hill district we've been discussing tonight is the far northwest corner of the district. Then I also just want to say a couple things, and I'll try to be short. And I've learned over the years as a lawyer that telephone arguments are often shorter than in-person arguments, so I guess we're lucky. The issue to me comes down to compatibility and livability under SRC 240.005 sub D, sub 2, and sub 3. And I'm really more concerned with sub 3 on that, which is, I don't need to read the statute to you, you've seen it in all your materials. I also will say that really parking and traffic, those issues to me are not really my concern. I think that that has been dealt with in an appropriate way. My concern is the livability. There are a number of quotes that I saw from the public record that I think are very interesting. And one is from the hearings officer's decision, where he says the conditions will assure that the use is similar to that typically made of single-family residential residents in the neighborhood. And I would say no to that, because a typical use does not include multiple different people coming in and out on a daily or nearly daily basis. That's not really what happens in a residential situation. I would also cite the council to the public comment section, and I'm not going to read all these, but on pages 7 basically through 13, which is the scan letter and the letter from Ken Domingo and David Craig, those to me are well thought out arguments that express what is really happening here. The only quote I will read is on page 7, where from scan, says livability must be measured by the functionality of the neighborhood. Short-term renters come and go in quick succession without any involvement in the residential neighborhood. People sleeping, living, and eating in a house for a few days do not make neighbors. A single-family neighborhood of long-term owners and renters develops as a social and security network of neighbors helping neighbors. Then I think Mr. Craig and Ms. Mingo on pages 9 to 13 expressed the same sort of sentiments, including living in a structure on a short-term basis is not remotely residential use, it is commercial use on a temporary basis. Then finally, I would point to the recent emails from John Christensen, which kind of rebutted the applicant's rebuttal, and I'm not going to get into that, but they're there on the record now. I would also like to say that I appreciate the effort by the applicant, and I have no doubts about their sincerity, about the wonderfulness of the neighborhood, and the sort of feelings that they've expressed in their presentation tonight. But I really think that is not what we need to look at. Here's what I think this boils down to on the compatibility and livability issues. Who knows best? Does an out-of-state owner through a different out-of-state trust who hopes to run people in and out of a small, tight-knit neighborhood know best? Or does the city planning staff, who are excellent on the technical planning and code issues, do they know best about compatibility and livability? Or do the people who actually live in the neighborhood, and I counted well over 25 individual homes, not people, you could double that up if it was homes, in that neighborhood, that is Mission Street, Commercial, Church Street, who are opposed to it and provided a lot of testimony. So who knows best? Out-of-state owner, city planning staff, or the people who actually live in the neighborhood day in and day out? Who knows best about what is this conditional use permit compatible with the livability of the neighborhood? So I would urge that we reject the application.
Councilor
Thank you. Councilor Anderson, I just want to get clarification from you. Are you saying that the use is not compatible for the livability of the historic district, or are you saying that short-term rentals in general are incompatible with livability in a residential zone?
Thank you, Councilor Kaiser. It's the former, and this is...
Just the historic district, just to be clear.
And thank you for reminding me of that. The historic nature of this historic district is what I see as important. We discussed the other historic district, one on Chemeketa Court, which has some different factual patterns. So I look at this neighborhood, which has been historic for over 30-some years, and see that it is continually under pressure from commercial enterprises on Liberty Street, from the downtown encroaching, from the hospital encroaching, and so, rightly so, these neighbors have zealously protected their cohesiveness as a neighborhood.
Okay, so...
and I think we have to look at these applications. That's why it's called a conditional use permit. We have to look and make these decisions on a case-by-case basis based on what the neighborhood itself is.
So just to be really clear, though...
That weighs heavily on my thinking.
Just to be really clear, Councilor Anderson, what you're saying, though, is that short-term rentals in other residential non-historic districts, you still agree with that, having the ordinance the way it is?
Well, I agree that those are appropriate, but I also would agree that they have to go through the conditional use process.
Yeah, right.
And the fact that it's a historic district is another thing to be considered in the conditional use process.
Okay. Looks like we're all done.
Well, I have if I can, I'll just continue. I'm sorry. I didn't know if other people wanted to.
Nobody.
A couple of thoughts. From a historic preservationist, which I was for a long time professionally, and like I said, I did the National Register of Historic Places for the state of Oregon for several years. I've listed over 45 properties, including several historic districts, and was on the Landmarks Commission. And anyways, I'm a historic preservation advocate. What I have a hard time reconciling is our historic preservation code does not regulate use. It just regulates appearance. And even the National Register itself at the federal level does not regulate use. It just regulates the integrity, and that it means the look and feel of the property. That's actually, you could say, is one of the Achilles heels of that program, is it doesn't regulate use. And there's some problems with it. Frankly, the federal law has some issues that the preservation community is going to have to work through. But what we have to work with right now is based on physical integrity. And use is not considered for physical integrity of a structure. And it also, it relates to why is it significant? And there can be different reasons why something is significant. For Gaiety Hill, it's significant for a couple of different reasons, but one of them is not use. So I'm having a hard time reconciling this. I'm also having a hard time reconciling this procedurally and with a process that we've already defined within and codified with our ordinance. And now we're saying that, we can't do this in a specific area. And I realize those issues come up over time, and we realize maybe we need to reconsider this, but we can't say, future state, we want to do this, so we're going to impose it now. That's not how the law works. And that's the problem I have. So while I really feel for all of you here, and I would actually really like to be able to say, yes, it's an historic district, we have to have other considerations, that's not what we have currently with us in our ordinances. And if we start to do that, then we're going to set precedent that I don't think is good. Now, we can go correct it later, and we probably should go correct that later, but right now we have to hold this application to what is in our ordinance right now. So for that reason, I'm not going to support the motion.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate my colleague from Ward 1's comments, but I guess I'm looking at this from through a completely different lens. And I'm looking at it more through the I go back to our discussion when we adopted the ordinance allowing short-term rentals. And we specifically decided that it has to be an owner-occupied short-term rental, except in very limited circumstances that we would consider on a case-by-case basis, which is what we're doing tonight. And to me, that's the lens I look at this through. In other words, the default is that we're not going to allow them in non-owner occupied dwellings. And I haven't heard a compelling reason why we should allow it. I haven't heard a compelling reason why this fits in that. So I actually am going to support the motion.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you. I just wanted to support what my colleague from Ward 6 referred to. I was looking at this through yet a different lens as far as the unique nature with the Gady Hollow neighborhood and its relationship to downtown. I know homelessness has been a big issue, and I know vacancy rates have been very low in the area. But just looking at how homelessness would change in our community if we did not have permanent residents in an area that acted as a buffer between those commercial corridors and the large public spaces that we have in our parks and historical districts. I know many of the people in Scan neighborhood and in the neighborhood have talked about their work with people that have struggled to find housing in the area and the efforts that they've taken in their community to make sure that their community is still welcoming, but where you can't find a hold for the behaviors that can escalate quite quickly or move along. Also, within my ward, once we passed the short-term rental occupancy measures, we did have issues in our ward. And specifically speaking about the form-based versus use-based code, you can have a bachelor party if you live in a house. You can have 18 people stay at your house if you own the house. It still doesn't make it a pain in the neck for the neighbors that live next door that have to deal with it. And especially the way that properties can be listed, I think it's important to look at our capacity as a city to be able to enforce what is expected of us. So like the mayor was referring to, if I've got an issue where someone's out, spying on my back porch or being inappropriate in the front lawn, I can call the police, I can call code. But if this is a repeated issue because it's being rented out in some specific area, which did in fact happen in my ward, not a hypothetical, it's really important that we're able to identify those cases. And 9 times out of 10, just as Councillor Hoy referred to, it's because it's not owner occupied. The applicant had mentioned, this is in the best interest, this is in the vision of the city, and I truly believe that this is something that financially would be worthwhile. I mean, obviously there was a substantial investment made, but it would be a substantial financial investment as well on our part to be able to bring those codes and mix with the livability of the community.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? I'm sorry, go ahead,
I
Councillor.
just want to respond, I guess.
Okay.
My question for Councillor Hoy, Councillor Cook is, so what else could this property owner do to satisfy that conditional use? Because they have a property manager who lives in town, who's going to be responsive. The contact information is going to be on the website. I mean, we've laid out a process within our ordinance to satisfy conditional use. And I'm concerned that if there is no way for somebody to meet that bar, why do we have it?
Well,
And that's what I'm concerned about is, I get it, like why we made it conditional use, but what does that mean, I guess, and can anybody ever achieve that? Because what I'm seeing from the conditions, it looks like they've met everything. And having that property owner or the land manager or whatever, the property manager here in town to respond to things and meeting all the, I'm confused by that, I guess. And
Councillor Lewis?
Well, rather than talk a lot about it, I'm going to offer a substitute motion. I move staff recommendation with the following change on condition 4, changing the maximum of 2 parking places to 3.
I'll second that with the stipulation that in the second sentence, we change that to 4th vehicle when work is being, because that calls for a 3rd car availability, and it should change that word to 4th.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Well,
Councillor Lewis, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess we all have our lens to look through. I'm speaking from personal experience. If I were to be visiting Salem, I would want to stay in your neighborhood, in the Gaiety Hill neighborhood. It's the nicest neighborhood in town. It's close to everything that I would want to go and see. But I can't afford, and my family can't afford, we go for a couple of weeks. And I feel like I'm being unwelcomed because I'm only going to be there for a short time. But yet I would do no damage. It would certainly be better than having a house sit vacant. And I can see it being much better than a rental for college students, which it could be, quite a few college students. And so I see this as a situation of welcoming, and I don't feel welcomed. And that's how I look at it.
These college students want to respond.
They know I'm right.
Yeah, I run into Willamette students, I know better. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and until recently, my son was sharing a small house with 6 other young students as well, a couple of blocks from here. So trust him, they were all very good kids. But that's not necessarily always the case, and you have to be careful what you wish for, because you could have a neighbor who's not considered compatible that would happen to move in, and that kind of gets back to the entire criteria argument, and that's why it's called a conditional use, and what conditions do you put on it. And if we leave up to each area in the city what makes up that compatibility, we've kind of lost track of control on any land use matter. So in that regard, I was actually going to make the same substitute motion
But you're speaking to the motion now and supporting
that
it.
Councilor Lewis put in, and so I will be supportive of that. If we want to change the rules, we do it after the fact, not while someone has something on the floor in front of us.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Anderson.
Thank you. Just one short two comments. The first one is the neighborhood groups don't decide what's livability and compatibility. The council does, and we do it through the process that we are doing right now. So it's up to the council to decide with input from the neighbors. The second thing is that I understand the substitute motion. It basically is to approve the conditional use permit with a few minor changes, and so of course I will oppose the motion.
Councilor Cook.
I guess I'm just wanting clarification with the substitute motion because it was my understanding from the testimony tonight that the original motion for approval included conditions of which that the applicant wanted none of. The substitute motion did not entertain any of the conditions outside of the parking, which Councilor Lewis addressed.
Right.
Right.
You're correct. That's exactly what the motion does.
So this would just be a motion with no further conditions other than increasing the amount of on-street parking available.
It
at this
keeps all the
short-term rental?
conditions that were in place and
Keeps all the
then
conditions.
extends the parking as requested by the applicant.
Before voting, could we please review those conditions just to make sure? Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bryce.
So in terms of just, recite what they are, the 5.
ahead.
Okay, so condition 1, the maximum number of occupants in the short-term rental shall not exceed 6 persons. For purposes of this condition of approval, children under 5 years of age do not count towards the maximum number of occupants. Condition 2, the short-term rental shall be rented to only one group of guests at a time. Bookings of the rental by more than one group of guests at any given time is prohibited. Condition 3, use of the short-term rental shall be limited to the provision of lodging. Activities other than lodging, such as events, parties, gatherings, luncheons, banquets, weddings, meetings, fundraising, or commercial or advertising activities are prohibited. Condition 4, as originally written, off-street parking in the existing driveway shall be limited to a maximum of 2 vehicles at any given time. If necessary for the property manager to perform work or to respond to an emergency at the property while the property is being occupied, the property manager may park a 3rd vehicle in the existing driveway for the duration of the work being performed.
And that reflects his,
That's the existing. The modified would be
let's get to the
off-street.
amended.
Off-street parking in the existing driveway should be limited to a maximum of 3 vehicles at any given time. If necessary for the property manager to respond to an emergency at the property while the property is occupied, the property manager may park a 4th vehicle in the existing driveway for the duration of the work being performed. And then the final condition, condition 5, the conditional use permit shall be valid only for the current applicant/owner. The conditional use permit shall not run with the land and is not transferable to any other applicant or owner.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, Councilor.
One other point of clarification. I know it was brought up, the applicant had mentioned the enforcement mechanism as far as relating to the age and number of people. Is that something that the city tends to tends to monitor via the booking site, or is there a vehicle set up to measure that outside of calling code compliance and doing a head count and having everyone hide under the beds? What's going on there? So it's all done based on the property manager's assessment, or is it done based on the booking?
It's a complaint-driven system. I look at those kids and I say, that's a 4-year-old, and I call and Brady comes out.
When you book on Airbnb,
Yeah.
you are pulling down usually how many people, and then they usually do have an under 5 category. No.
They may, I don't know, but to just echo what the mayor just stated, we operate on a complaint basis here. We have no mechanism to actively monitor any of these listings and keep a thorough track and surveillance on them. So it is a complaint-based process that we operate under.
Okay?
Sorry, one last.
Yeah.
So can you give me an idea? I know, Norm, it's not exactly your department, but what's the volume of parking complaints in relation to neighborhoods and how often that comes up? Just in relation to my other Councilor Lewis's suggestion to increase the parking. Having 2 people occupying, I know in staying at vacation places, quite frequently parking can become a sore subject because you can have 8 people with 8 vehicles. We've highlighted the walkability of this region. I'm just trying to look at what is the load of parking complaints for code compliance.
I wouldn't be able to venture a guess, but in looking at the potential impacts for this proposed use, one of our major points here with the staff report is to basically determine that the impacts that you would see with this proposal are roughly proportional to the impacts you would see with a single-family home, given the fact that we are basically looking at the equivalent scale of the use, a family of 6 or less with whatever number of cars that might be. So the broader issue throughout the city is something that I can't venture a guess on, but again, for this particular proposal, what we see here are impacts that are equivalent to what you would see with the way the property is already entitled to be used.
Councilor McCoy?
I'll say for probably the 20th time in 4 years, I hate these things. We get called into a thing that affects the neighborhood. The neighbors come and deservedly so come in and defend the neighborhood and what they think the livability is, because they live there. They're the ones that live there and live this thing. On the flip side, we're sort of determining if, in fact, the decision that's made is made according to the statutes and the ordinances that are passed, that are that are here in effect. And with that point, I end up agreeing with Councilor Kaiser. In this point, everything you go through and listen to it and take the emotion out of it, that's been followed. And the staff recommendation and the hearings officer recommendation are accurate, and what's gone on here applies to the ordinances as they're written. And so for that point, I'm going to support this reluctantly, I'm going to support this amendment.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the substitute motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion fails. Okay.
4-4.
4-4.
So in the event of a
I vote no.
In the event of a tie vote, the lower decision is upheld, so the hearings officer's decision is final.
Well, we vote now on the
You don't-
original
Now we're
motion.
back to the original motion. Okay, we're back to the main motion.
With the same number of parking spaces
Yeah,
and the conditions going
right.
forward.
Okay.
Main motion is to deny it.
The main motion is to deny.
Okay, hold on.
The main motion is to deny
Thank you. I
the
just wanted
conditional
to be
use.
crystal clear,
Right.
because it gets confusing at this point.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor of Counselor Anderson's motion to deny, say aye.
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 4. Opposed?
Aye.
No.
Okay, motion fails.
Just to clarify again, if the lower decision is affirmed, if it's a tie vote. So the hearings officer's decision is effectively affirmed.
Okay, we'll move on to our next, take a break. Calendar, there are no polls.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move the consent calendar as provided.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Anyone have any problems? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Okay, we will go to our next public hearing then.
Do we need to
Need
back
what?
in order, or does that put us in order?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
going. Got a quorum and we're
Wait.
moving along.
No, meaning, does that put us back onto our
Yeah.
standard agenda order?
Yeah. Okay, 4B, if you'll help us with that.
The City Council will now conduct a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing the Planning Administrator's decision denying a tentative subdivision review and approving an urban growth declaration for permit case number SUB UGA 18-01 for property located at 1395 Boone Road Southeast. The criteria applicable to the decision are SRC 200.025D and 205.010D. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed toward the applicable criteria or other criteria which the person believes to apply to the decision. A failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue shall preclude appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals on that issue. A similar failure to raise constitutional issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval precludes an action for damages in circuit court. The hearing will be conducted with staff presentation first, followed by testimony from the following. The applicant's limited to 10 minutes. Neighborhood associations are limited to 5 minutes. Other interested parties are limited to 3 minutes, and the applicant rebuttal is limited to 5 minutes. A yellow light will appear at the podium when 1 minute remains, and a red light will appear when your time has expired. Please conclude your testimony when the red light appears.
Okay, we'll have the staff presentation first.
Good evening. My name is Olivia Glantz. I'm the case manager for the Subdivision Urban Growth Preliminary Declaration case, SUB UGA 1801. I'd like to enter this presentation, all staff reports, their attachments, and comments received into the official record. The applicant is requesting to create 20 single-family lots and is requesting an urban growth preliminary declaration permit since the property is outside of the urban service area. The subject property is 4.82 acres located north of Boone Road, a local street approximately a quarter-mile east of Commercial Street. The property is located near the intersection of Boone Road and Commercial Street, just north of Kubler. The 2 tax lots are 1 unit of land under 1 ownership and currently contain a single-family dwelling on the northwest portion of the property. The property is zoned residential agriculture, along with the properties directly north and south of the subject property. The properties to the east are zoned single-family residential, and to the west is multifamily residential. The proposed subdivision consists of 20 lots with a connection to Brewster Avenue to the east and a substreet to the vacant property to the north. The code requires that subdivisions provide street connections to undeveloped properties. The property to the east, highlighted in red, is currently undeveloped, zoned residential, and is likely to be developed. The applicant did not provide a street connection to the easterly undeveloped property. The comprehensive plan discusses not allowing additional cul-de-sacs within city limits, and the subdivision layout currently will ensure that the property to the east will be dedicated as a cul-de-sac. Staff has had several pre-application conferences for the undeveloped easterly property. Both applicants were informed connections to all undeveloped properties would be required. One pre-application showed a cul-de-sac, as shown on the screen, and this would be the result of not requiring a connection to the easterly property. Another pre-application shows a connection that staff thinks would meet the decision criteria. Without the connection, all of the traffic would be pushed out to Boone Road first before heading north, rather than having the connection and being able to travel and walk through the neighborhood, heading north to the city park and commercial amenities. Staff also believes that a street connection can be provided without a loss of lots. Additionally, the applicant has not provided written findings or evidence that the existing dwelling will have adequate off-street parking, nor access from the public right-of-way to the rear of Lot 9. The Morningside Neighborhood Association did not submit comments. Neighboring property owners submitted written testimony with testimony concerning access to undeveloped properties, circulation, and sidewalks along Boone Road. In summary, staff denied the application due to the lack of connection and the lack of parking to the existing home. City Council can affirm, amend, or reverse this decision. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I have two folks signed up. Mark Gransmark, are you representing the applicant? Okay.
I'm just tech support, so.
Good.
And I've been doing this for 44 years, so my technical skills are pretty limited to what I learned when I came out of college, so.
Just push that button.
Pager technology.
Yeah.
Danger.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Mark Grins, and I'm with Multi-Tech Engineering, and we're representing the applicant in this matter that's been presented to the city. Now, clearly, we did not take the criteria that staff has set out as that there needed to be a street stub to vacant property to be mandatory. We had some discussions with staff relative to this, and as did the pre-app for the adjoining property, that there were two pieces of property that had the ability to develop in different manners. And I realized that in order to do this, there would be the creation of a cul-de-sac with this, but the connection through, as would have to be the case if we follow staff's criteria, does eliminate a lot in this subdivision, and it does eliminate a lot in this subdivision. The staff indicates that you could reconfigure the lots in here and still gain the lot back, but we don't agree with that. There are existing utilities, sewer and storm, that come through here that limit what you can do in this distance. There's an existing house that sits on lot 9 up here, which needs to be retained in order to recoup the value that our client has to pay for the property. So in order to reconfigure that portion of the site, as staff indicated, you'd have to demo the house, so you lose that value to gain a lot back, and the loss of the value in the house is less than the loss in the value of the lot. So we didn't think that was appropriate. So we looked at some different options here, and following what staff has set out as the basis for why this is critical is that piece of property is 243 feet wide and 350 feet long, that little piece there. There is no more property to the east that's going to develop. That's a piece all by itself. So you had to to get the number of lots that we did get in there, we thought we're doing pretty well. You'd have to give up a lot to do that. this is the difference in the direction that you'd have to travel if you were going to go north out here, and I'm not sure where you're going to go, but you'd come out of the little subdivision into this subdivision, turn right. You're going to come out of the, under the proposal as we have it set, you're going to come out of here onto Boone Road, which is a local street, turn right, and then you're going to turn right. And that distance, that outer distance travel is 440 feet. So it's not like it's a huge difference. This is the bigger view of the area as it sits in there. And so when we were looking at the different places that people would likely go, if you were going to go to the freeway, that's how you'd go to make your way over to Pringle to get back to the light at Kubler to go through. And it wouldn't make any difference which one of those routes you take to do that. If you're going to go shopping, you're going to go Boone back to Commercial and go there, or if you wanted to go shopping south, you'd jog over and take the right turn only onto Kubler and go south at the light. If you want to go to Judson, to the middle school, over there, that's because this is in the Judson School District. And if you wanted to go to Pringle Elementary, that's the likely route that you would take to do that. So we're not seeing the need for the northbound, with the exception to get to the new Hill-Ficker Park that the city has there, and those connections don't exist yet. But that would be the only reason that we see going to the north as being important, and that outer direction, that 440 feet, would seem to be not that far out of the way. So here's what happens. We give up a lot in this subdivision, and we give up a lot in this subdivision. We build 150 feet of extra street in this subdivision. We build an extra 90 feet of street in this subdivision. The cost to create that street in our project today is $57,000. Plus we have to give up the loss of the lot, creates an additional burden on that subdivision of $132,000, which increases the total development cost of this project by 21%. The smaller project, which by the way, we've now been retained to represent that developer in his project, has a cost to develop a street of $47,000 and a loss of lot, which creates a net burden on that of $92,000, which increases his development cost by 31%. That's significant. Not to mention that if we make this connection, then this is a local street. It's 50 foot of right of way now, leaving 93 and 93 foot lot widths, depths. That has to be 60. So it's another 10 feet that comes out of there. So it impacts those lots in another way. And the costs I've talked to you about there don't take into account the burdens that the public has to bear from this, in that you now got another 240 feet of street to maintain, which along with that comes your new GSI standards for green stormwater. Those are things that the public's going to have to take care of, not the developer. So we think that's an excessive burden to put on this project as well as the adjoining project, because once we stub a street to them, they have to put a street in. They don't have any other, they can't come back and make the argument that it's not necessary and doesn't work. And the discussions we've had with that developer are such that he was excited about being able to create a nice little 10-lot community where he would be the builder of all those lots, and he could have create a nice development. Our client on the bigger project is also a builder. He's intending to build those. He liked the fact that he could create a nice development pattern for his development without having to interact with the other property. They're different building types. So we thought that worked together to do that. You can see that as I said, the property to the east is a church. So there's no additional access that's going to be needed beyond this to the east. So it's just these two pieces of property. They're kind of like little infill projects. We were hoping to be able to make a good, efficient use of all the property and create a couple of different types of housing types here in this part of town and have it be successful. We we had brought up the topic of providing a pedestrian walkway between the two properties in order to offset the concerns that staff had relative to pedestrian, out of direction pedestrian traffic to get to the park, which is really, like we said, that's really the only reason you'd go to the north. When we proposed that and discussed that in the pre-app, staff said that wouldn't be an acceptable alternative. But we think that it would address those issues. There's the Hillficker Park. And a part of this application too is that we were required to go through a UGA permit, development permit, because the park, we were told our site was underserved by parks, and we weren't sure we understood that because we're within a half-mile radius of the park, which is by definition is the service area. But since we started this process, what happened? Anyway, so might not have anything. Anyway, the city has now adopted an amendment to your Parks Master Plan that shows this property being within the Hillpicker service area. So I believe that the need for the UGA permit is gone, and I believe that the condition that requires us to provide 2 acres for a park or pay a TFAA is no longer necessary because we're now identified to be within the Hillpicker service area, and that would seem to be supported by staff's inclination that we would need to have a direction north to get to the Hillficker Park. That's the end of my. So we just don't think that that's a fair burden to put on these projects to make that connection. Again, as I say, we didn't take that criteria to be mandatory that every vacant piece of property would have to have a street stub to it. I know this would be kind of an extreme, but if this piece of property were split in half, would I have to stub a street here and stub a street here? Because if that's truly what it means, that it's mandatory, then would that be what we'd have to do? There's, and the goal is to provide good traffic circulation, efficient, and not impede the development of adjoining vacant properties. And I can't see where the way we have proposed to develop this Boone Road subdivision, the larger one, would impede the ability to develop the smaller one, other than it would be a cul-de-sac. But it doesn't exceed the cul-de-sac lengths, and it takes access off of a local street, and that local street's going to have, between these two projects, it's going to have a full improved street on its side, along with property line sidewalks. So I don't see where there's an impediment to that. We did hand out to you so that because staff's approach to this was an affirmation of the denial, there's no conditions for approval. We did draft, just so that you would have something to work from, a set of conditions that could be used for an approval, and I believe that the conditions as we set them out would be similar to the kinds of conditions that staff would have prepared for this application. It does address the fact that we didn't represent exactly what we intended with this accessory detached garage up here. We said it was to remain. What we meant to do is to remain, but to be shifted back so that we could utilize the same driveway approach that we had proposed there. So there's a condition, one of the conditions that we drafted in here, condition 13, it specifically says that that accessory detached garage is to be relocated so it provides adequate parking, and that was one of the conditions that staff stated for denial. There's a condition in here about providing a pedestrian walkway as well. So, but like I said, there's some unique things that prevent us from reconfiguring this project to get that lot back that we would lose, and that right now the value for the lot, the types of lots that we're creating in the larger subdivisions, about $95,000. So it's a significant loss in terms of revenue without any decrease in cost, and in fact, like I've identified for you, it's an increase in costs for this. So with that, I'd be happy to answer questions you might have of us.
Any questions, Councilor Nanki?
Just a quick one. I was going to ask about the dwelling unit because that was still fairly unclear in what I was reading inside of the staff report as to what direction you might go that way. But you're now representing both property owners?
That's correct.
And because of the size of them, it is your contention that connectivity isn't or shouldn't be a requirement if it was a larger subdivision, as far as popping to every adjacent property, though?
Well, yes, if I were working on, if one of these projects was a 10-acre site, you had 50 lots, and the other piece of property was a 4-acre site, you know, and so you can offset some of that by the fact, and justify the fact that without that, you're going to impede the ability of how the streets would lay out and what would happen. But here, the only advantage of that connection is to cut out a little bit of out of direction travel, and we can't see where that's significant enough to justify the impacts to the development costs for these two parcels.
Follow up, if I may.
Yeah.
Say that was all one parcel and one owner. Would it be laid out differently?
You would have a little bit more flexibility because you could take advantage of one parcel from another parcel, maybe, but there are topographic features here that not necessarily related to street, but there's topographic features that aren't as easy to see in this, because this piece of property has a low spot right here, but this piece of property falls off significantly to this corner, so you can't relate back and forth to each other. So this one's going to have its own separate facilities to go off this direction for stormwater and take its access to sewer out here, whereas this one has sanitary sewer and storm coming through it. So and they are not, elevation-wise, they cannot connect to each other. So they would likely end up similar.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councilor Kaiser?
Thank you. Where is the park at? Exact, could you point that out?
There's
Behind Trader
Silfinger
Joe's.
Park. It's actually a new park in your inventory. You haven't had it that long.
Okay. And where's the property? Right there?
This is our property right
Okay.
here.
All right. Thank you.
This is, north of us is what's called, lots of times people call it the Jackson property. The Jackson Jeweler families owned this property for a long time, and there's been lots of looks at it for development, but there's some significant topographic features in there that have impeded someone being willing to make the investment in it so far.
Anyone else? Councilor McCoy?
I'm sure I missed this as I was looking at something else. The house, I mean, I was reading there that one of the reasons for denial was you had that home there you don't want to take down, and there's a garage on it, but there's no access to the garage. How are you going to fix that? Or did you fix that?
We propose, it's easier to see on this, and I think you can see it on the hand, is that there's a detached garage that sits right here today, and our proposal is to move it back slightly so that we could get it out of the setback and have 20 foot in front of it for parking to get access into the garage that way.
And so, well, we'll ask staff later. Is that acceptable to staff is my question.
Very good, thank you.
You betcha.
Sarah Lee?
You can all relax because I don't even think I'll take 2 minutes. But I have a question. When I came in,
Could you introduce yourself, Sarah?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Sarah Lee. That's really my name. Yeah. And I live on Brewster Avenue Southeast.
Okay.
And let me just say up front, I'm not opposed to change. That's not what this is about. Okay? Because I know I live on a dead-end street and that there's going to be change at some point. So, but the gentleman had me sign as a supportive because he said you support the denial. So I'm kind of supporting the denial, I guess. That's what he had me sign. So if it comes off supporting the subdivision, I'm not there yet.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, I went by what he said.
No, that's fine.
Anyway,
You're fine.
my big concern is traffic. It says here, traffic impact analysis, the proposed 20-lot subdivision generates less than 200 average daily vehicle trips to Boone Road Southeast, a local road. Therefore, a TIA is not required as part of the proposed subdivision. Okay, I would say you're right, those 20 homes probably don't. But you're connecting to Brewster, and Cambridge is huge. And, I mean, huge. And if you lived there, you would see that people already shortcut at a clip, quite the clip, up down Kensington and Chauncey and Wickshire, and that's even farther to go, and it's hills and up and down and turns. Now, by this development, that new street is allowing people to jet up Boone, here, down Cambridge, a little bit of Independence, and you're on Battle Creek. And it doesn't take many people, since commercial is now stop and go pretty much. I mean, I think people would agree if you live in Salem and live in South Salem, commercial is pretty much stop and go, that if you can cut down Boone Road and cut through here, you're going to get downtown probably 10 minutes quicker than, or 15, than on commercial. And I am scared that it's going to become a racetrack.
What part of Brewster do you live on? Are you on the right? I see it as right and left toward the...
That's Brewster Court. I'm on Brewster Avenue.
Oh, okay.
Which I'm not. I mean, my kids are grown. This is not a concern for my little kids. It's a family neighborhood. Obviously, they are. Neighborhoods are families. There's a lot of little kids, and I see how fast people go. Now, obviously, I'm not a developer or planner. Lucky you. I don't know how you do this survey when the street's not there. But I didn't see any proposals for, hey, if there's a big traffic problem, are you putting in speed bumps? What? You know, what are you doing? It says here on your notes, and I'm sorry I'm over 2 minutes, so if the light goes off, I'll shut up. It says here, Boone Road does carry traffic east and west for those who are avoiding Kubler. I agree with that. And it also says, the abutting, I'm jumping around, I don't know what this pertains to, but it says the abutting portions of Boone Road Southeast is designated as a local street and is currently substandard. So you're going to put the pressure on all this traffic. I mean, I think you're kidding yourself if you don't think people are going to come use this as a shortcut. And they're coming down Boone. So that, I'm not opposed to change, I'm not opposed to development. I think that is a concern, and they said I could come and say that.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Cook.
Thank you for coming tonight and speaking. I just wanted to make sure, you said you've lived in the neighborhood for a while.
20 years.
Traffic on Boone and the like. When you had kids at home, did they go to Cambridge Pool a lot? Is there a lot of foot traffic around there?
There's a lot of, everybody's a walker in that neighborhood. Tons of walking. And it's starting what's the word? Is it regentrification, where some people who are retiring are leaving, a lot of young families are coming in. And I'm not saying this should stop this. I just think it's a really big concern, because people are going to rifle through there. Don't sue me if they don't, but I mean, I see it up on Kensington and Chauncey and Wickshire, and it's scary how fast they're going. And I'm thinking this development offers them pretty much a level straight shot, straight through.
So with the concern being primarily traffic, if there were to be a secondary outlet outside of Boone, do you feel that would relieve some of the pressure? The staff proposal to have
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
The previous slide where there would be a street connecting, rather than making it a cul-de-sac, there would be a street connecting.
Oh, by the church?
Nope, just the two. So instead of a cul-de-sac, I don't know if we can go back to the staff.
Well, the church and then the cul-de-sac. So you're saying the one next to the church?
Nope.
No.
So it would be connecting the two subdivisions, a different road. I don't know if you were there for that part of the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Livia.
There we go. Boom.
Okay. So you'd still have the two access points?
Yes.
You'd have two new streets coming in.
Well, there were two streets before, one with a cul-de-sac and one without, but this way people wouldn't necessarily have to go down to Boone. As far as neighborhood connectivity, there would be more of a flow point, I think, is the point.
Those streets wouldn't be very far apart.
No.
Am I missing? I think I'm missing your question. I'm so sorry.
So I guess
don't
my
think
question
the
is, you
streets
don't have a
make it-
preference between the two? You don't have a preference if it's with or without that connector street between the two? Either way, you're not opposed to change, but you feel that any additional outlet
I don't think it would
on.
make a difference because those streets are so close. It's not like one street's here and one street's, I mean, the area there's not a lot of.
Your concern is the connection to the south, really. to
My
Brewster and
concern
out.
is that anybody who thinks that people aren't going to catch on to this shortcut
Yeah,
They got another thing coming.
are
This
not,
is-
well, yeah, they are not. It's not going to take them long. There's just too much traffic. People, everybody talks about Costco and all that and all this, how it's going to be congested. And, people coming down even Kubler, I'm sorry, I'm taking too long. People coming down Kubler to the Kubler Battle Creek light, okay? If you want to go that way downtown, why would you go that way? You can just come down Boone now. There's no lights. Save time.
okay.
Anyway, thank you so
Very
much for
good.
just,
Thank you.
whatever you decide, thank you.
Sorry, Counselor Nanki, just say. I know,
Thanks.
hey,
I'm afraid I won't
it's part of the
answer.
deal.
No, just thanks for coming down, because at the Morningside Neighborhood Association meeting, they talk about Kensington and Chauncey all the time, and people blowing through stop
It's
signs,
scary.
Yeah.
and they're very concerned about it. Your issue is really the connection to Brewster, not how one might access Boone from it, but just that we now create a new pathway.
Well, it's not, I know that people would say, well, she lives on Brewster, this
Well,
is
that-
all about.
no, that's-
It's okay as long as it's someone else's street, and it's really not that.
Yeah.
It could be coming in Cambridge if there was access. It's just that you've created something really closer to commercial, and even probably closer to the pool almost, just either or, that is not hilly, not curvy, it's just pretty much almost a direct route out the other side. And that, I think, is going to be worse than what we have now. And I don't, well, we didn't consider this survey because those 20 homes it won't affect them. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about Cambridge is huge.
Yes, and we've had those discussions at council, because you have to hit like 1,000 trips to have to do a transportation impact analysis, but yet we still have all these small little developments that end up creating over that, and we don't get the necessarily the traffic improvements from the development, and the city has to end up doing something down the line. So understand.
I'm sorry, I know he's done this 44 years, and I applaud you. I've done it 44 seconds, and I probably will never be back.
I did a great
But
job.
thank
Come
you for
back.
listening.
Thank you.
Come on back. Okay. Staff. Any questions for staff? Yes, Counselor.
Thank you. I would just like clarification, I guess, about the application. Are we considering both of these subdivisions or just the Sky Meadows subdivision?
Currently, you're only reviewing Sky Meadows.
Okay. And the one of the reasons for denial was because it didn't include some type of connection to future vacant, a
Correct.
future subdivision, because there's a vacant lot right next to it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Nanki?
Yeah, that to Boone Road Estates, which is now all under one. When we have smaller parcels like this, and just in general, because I've been a big proponent of connectivity in this whole area through many, many years, that one interested me enough, and the appeal interested me enough, and the comments by the developer and developer's representative to call this up, as far as how and when we're required to provide stubs to adjacent properties. Is it every single property? Does it matter which direction? Because depending on which direction, some other developer is going to get scot-free and not necessarily have to make a connection in, but someone's going to take a financial burden, and I thought it was important to understand exactly how our rules are set up, and how one moves forward with that.
I'll give that a shot. Councilor Nanki. Lisa Anderson Ogilvy, your planning administrator. The code is very clear on connectivity. There's a standard. It says local streets shall be extended to adjoining undeveloped properties for eventual connection with existing streets. It gives some examples when that's not required: topography, railroads, freeways, development, etc. And those don't apply in this situation. Now, we don't require a street to every property. If the streets are too close together, we have minimums and maximums for distance between intersections. So Mr. Gren's example, if the property next door was 2 lots, would we require 2 streets? No, because that would not have met the spacing standard. We would have required 1 street. So that's what we did in this case. The TSP, Transportation System Plan, which is our adopted policy for streets, has numerous goals and policies related to cul-de-sacs, specifically that we don't want any more cul-de-sacs, and that's codified in this connectivity standard in the code.
And I know how we've kind of looked at cul-de-sacs over the years as well. Say it was the other property that came in first, would you make them do a dog leg to the left?
Yes. And we told them that when they did a pre-app, and they brought in, we did 2 pre-apps for the property, which Olivia showed pictures of 2 different times, 2 different potential developers. One brought a cul-de-sac. We said no. The next one, maybe I have it flipped. One of them brought this connection. We said yes. The subdivision before you tonight, Sky Meadows, had a pre-app, and we said no, you need a connection. We got the application without the connection. We said you need a connection. Please provide a connection. We're going to deny it without the connection. So.
And is that connection always vehicular, or can it be bike ped?
Yes, sometimes we do like the pedestrian connections. Generally, we do that if it's, say, a subdivision next to a park. The city owns the park, and we want to provide, a pedestrian connection, between the two. Here, it meets the spacing standard in between the minimum and the maximum for a full street connection. And the criteria for approving a subdivision talk about the transportation system in, through, and out. It's not specific to just pedestrians, it's for cars as well.
Okay, Councilor McCoy.
So I'm all for if you got a ordinance following it, but I don't see, frankly, the common sense in requiring that side street there. It's not making it easier for everybody to go in and out. I think most of the people in that cul-de-sac are going to go straight down to Boone and leave. They're not going to use that side street. They're making an extra turn for no reason. What value is that side street when it's not going to get extended east, and you just got it sitting there? It's not going to get extended west because you got a row of houses there. So you've got a, whatever it is, 100-foot long street there that really has no practical purpose other than it meets the code.
I guess it depends on where your destination is. So, for example, if you live there and you have other friends in the neighborhood, you might be going north. You may not be going to Boone. If you are a child and you're going to the park north, wouldn't it be better to go through the subdivisions instead of going out to Boone?
Then make it a biped path instead of a street. That makes some sense. That makes no sense. To me, that's completely illogical. And you're costing the guy 2 lots.
Well, every time we require a street connection, we get the argument that, I could have a lot there instead. So we have an ordinance requiring the connection, and that's what we are applying.
Okay. Councilor Cook.
Thank you. I just wanted to have clarification for the status of Boone Road. I thought that it was a collector or probably a higher classification than a local street. Is it?
No, so in this particular location, it's a local street, but once you hit commercial, it becomes a collector, and once you towards Battle, once you get
when was it classified as a local street?
I believe it's been classified a local street for quite some time.
And
this section of
updating classifications of things based on traffic patterns would be something that would be covered in the comprehensive plan.
And in our TSP. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then if I may, so it looks like I understand the goal being neighborhood connectivity, as was mentioned by previous counselors. What's the point if it's just 100 feet making this little jog over? I tend to look at traffic as a circulation pattern. So in the same way that if you have a big arterial that's pumping a lot of blood, you're going to get a lot of traffic down there. It's sometimes easier to have those things branching off, little capillaries and different ways to connect and provide circulation. But my question to you is, with this development in place, and I heard this in Sarah Lee's testimony, I'm reminded of when we took traffic off of Kubler and funneled it onto Boone. And Boone itself didn't have the upgrades. It also was a street that didn't meet standards. And we were told, well, people don't really walk there. But there was an incident. What precautions are being taken to ensure that when this development takes place, that we won't have another incident in this section of Boone based on its classification and based on the testimony we're hearing that there are a high number of walkers, and based on the fact that it's not necessarily the local traffic from the people that live there that neighbors are concerned about, it's the through traffic that would be an issue. How do we attempt to account for that or rectify it in any way?
If the subdivision were approved, they would have to do boundary street improvements, sidewalks, but only in front of their development.
So it'd be a sidewalk without a destination?
If there's no other connecting sidewalks.
Okay.
In this particular section, just so the Boone, they would have to do sidewalks on Boone, and then when the subdivision to the east does come in, they would have to do sidewalks on their frontage of Boone also. That would just leave a little gap where there's a little single-family home there that there's actually a deferral on for sidewalks. So eventually, that would all connect, and there would be sidewalks along Boone.
Along that whole section from
On the north
whole
side.
section of from Kubler to Battle Creek, or from Commercial to Battle Creek?
I know from the, I don't know off the top of my head, but from the church, I know the church has sidewalks in front of it, and then all of this, all the way past the retirement facility to Commercial would have sidewalks. I don't quite remember all the way down to Kubler or not.
No signalized crossings, no stop signs, no traffic calming devices. Thank
Not that I'm
you.
aware of.
I just real quickly, I just want to know, below on the bottom of that photo, are those all cul-de-sacs?
They are, because Kubler's there, so the streets can't go through.
Huh, okay, thank you. Councilor McCoy?
So, on this issue, as I read it, there's 3 reasons it was denied. One was this, one was the garage in the house, and one was, then there was a thing about the park.
No, it was not denied for parks. So there was 2 applications before you. One's the subdivision, and the other one is the urban growth area preliminary declaration.
Which was, had to do
That
with
was
the park.
approved with the condition that they provide a 2-acre park or they pay a fee in lieu.
Okay, so then so I'm going to go back then to Mr. Grenz's thing. He would basically, I think what he was saying was, wait a minute, we're within 1/2 mile of the park, why do we have to do that?
No, they're not. So the Parks Master Plan generally adopts the service area within a 1/2 mile of a park. Hillficker has its own service area. Olivia's going to put it on the map here for you. And they're not within it. So here's the park in a kind of yellowish color. The grayish area is the service area, and you can see where the subject property is. So they're not within the service area of this park, meaning they need to provide a park or pay the fee as outlined in the condition.
So that's not, so what he put up, just so I understand, was he basically said, here's the park, and he went on a radius and did an arc.
Correct.
And then they were in the radius. There's no radius there. How do you arrive at that different
The Parks
looking?
Master Plan was adopted in 2013, and this was adopted as part of the Parks Master Plan. I believe it had to do with connections, the streets not going through at that time, and so that's how they drew it, topography, et cetera. But I
Okay,
can't
so
speak to that. I just
I'm
know
gonna say the
what's
next step,
adopted.
he's going to end up paying however much money for the, instead of giving 2 acres.
Yes.
Where would the park, where would that, the money that goes into the pot, where's that park going to be in this area? If you're requiring that he pay for a park that I don't think is probably ever going to be cited.
I'll let Public Works speak to that.
There's another park property that's being acquired at, where you see the gray turn into yellow there at Reed and Battle Creek. There's that yellow area, there's another
Way over to the right?
6, 7, yeah, to the right of Battle Creek, there's another 7-acre park property being acquired right
Yeah,
there.
but he's farther away from that, he is from Hillficker.
Right, but there's,
So-
but the issue is there's no connection today to the north, and even Mr. Grentz spoke about the difficulty of the
Of the
Jackson property
topography
being
there.
able to be developed and connected to the park. So for neighborhood parks, there's a lot that has to do with connectivity, with pedestrian connectivity to parks, to the park property. So that's why there's not, that's why it's not in the service area.
Okay, everybody done? Counselor Nate.
Because we're saying there's no access, he's actually putting in the beginning piece of access to get people to that park down the line. As a matter of fact, we're making that cross connection for people who may want to go north to a park. He's within our standard service area, but this one is different.
Correct.
Okay.
Do we have, how many different park service areas do we have?
I don't want to, I don't know if I can really answer that question particularly, but I just want to stress that, to Peter's point earlier, so much of this is about trying to repair or actually create a street grid so that this connectivity can occur over time. So whether it is for the potential development of the site next to it or the potential development of the site that is under review here, every single one of these connections and every single one of these contributions to these park districts just further enhances those amenities. So that's of course the whole basis for our reason to reject this as it was proposed.
Yeah, and I can see that for that side street and the fact that we don't really want cul-de-sacs anywhere, even though this is surrounded by other cul-de-sacs. What I'm saying is that the piece that we're not necessarily dealing with, he's actually starting to make that access, and it looks like topographical and everything else may preclude that northerly connection from the development, or until it's financially viable, as the rest of the properties in Salem are eaten up and there's very little left. It'll be a very expensive development.
Okay. Is there a question built into that?
Well, it was more so as far as if we're going to require 2 acres or in lieu of 2 acres, if he's inside of a service area.
Right.
For most, but just not this one, because there's no connectivity, and he's making that connectivity towards that park, or a significant, start chunk to it.
Counselor, you may want to build that into your motion. I'm really.
No, and it's because that really, the main issue here was connectivity between.
Yeah.
And making stubs to adjacent properties, and to really understand.
Okay.
How we're configured in our requirements of development.
Okay. Very good. I don't see any more questions. Okay. Mr. Grentz, you get to close.
So, my slide that failed to come up here, but what we were trying to point out is that the Hilfiker Park Master Plan was adopted June 25th, 2008.
Move up on the mic. I really can't hear you. I'm
So
sorry.
this slide was supposed to show, but the Hilfiker Park Master Plan was adopted June 25th of 2008, and it shows this property being located within the service area of the Hilfiker Park. As of today, it's in that service area. It's figure 1.1 in the Park Master. It's figure 1-1
And that
in the Park
answers
Master Plan.
Councilor Nanke's concern, is kind of what you're telling us in terms of.
Yeah, so it's
Okay.
so the original Hilfiker service area was skewed
Okay.
in order to make sure there was park service available for the development that was starting to happen in Sustainable Fairview. It was skewed for that. You've since acquired property in the Sustainable Fairview area, so now the Hilfiker Master Plan has been adopted, and now this area is included in the park service area for the Hilfiker Park. I'm sorry that my slide didn't
That's okay.
show that, but it's right out of your website for
sure.
that. So there's
Is there
no
anything
longer
else
any
you wanna
need for
respond-
that
Is there anything
condition.
else you want to respond on?
Pardon?
I mean, do you want to, it's your rebuttal, is there anything
Yeah,
else?
so this is part of it. I wanted to be sure
That's
that.
one of them, we got
That's
it.
one of them. And then the other part of that the other part that I wanted to be sure is that we've provided you what we believe is information that supports our position. Now, a denial is not necessary to achieve what staff wants. If council feels that connection is necessary, we provide you a plan that shows how that connection can be provided, and a condition can be added to the approval that requires the connections in accordance with that. I don't think that's there. I think we can achieve it with the pedestrian path. And I think, you know, as we work towards the goals that everybody has for providing better and more cost-effective needed housing, and in fact, that's what, you know, the ORS 197.307, the needed housing statutes that the state's put out, sets out, is trying to make sure that jurisdictions don't load up or levy conditions that of themselves or cumulatively make projects less cost-effective or maybe prohibits projects from going forward. And so I think that I'm not dragging that statute out for you, but I'm saying that that's a basis for part of what we're trying to present to you, which is increasing development costs by 21% or 30-some%, just because you have a requirement that says you need to connect. Doesn't make much sense. I have a sign in my office that says life is hard, and it's harder if you're stupid. And a lot of the times, you know, I sit with my staff and say, it's hard, and it's hard when it's stupid. If you can't really get to, I'm not saying staff is stupid, but I'm saying if you have criteria and you can't really get to why you're doing
He's
it.
never
it just,
coming back with another plan, are you?
it's just, John Wayne, that's a quote, by the way, it's a quote from John Wayne, it's the original quote, but anyway, so.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, we'd ask that you approve the subdivision. We provided some conditions to help you get there. We believe that if you feel it's necessary, you add a condition about the substreet, but denial doesn't solve anything. Denial just puts this property back in nowhere land. So, and then I'm going to be back here with another project on the other side, and I'm still going to be in the same box. What am I going to do? So,
Okay.
Are
Councilor
really-
Lewis, got a question?
Real quick, what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Grenz, is that this project could live with that requirement to put the side street in.
well, we don't like it.
I know you don't like it.
But I don't want to. I mean, a denial doesn't get me anywhere, does it?
Right.
So it doesn't get my client anywhere.
But my question is, requiring that side street doesn't kill the project.
No, it doesn't. It might the other one, but it doesn't this one. You know.
It just increases the cost.
Yeah.
Just want to make a point of order that we're almost at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
And so why don't you give us 45 minutes? Let's not do this 3, 4, 5 times. Just give me 45 minutes. Make your motion. Somebody.
I move we extend the meeting till 10:45.
Okay?
Second.
Second by Lewis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Okay. Our working man. But it passes.
You notice Tom
I'll tell you
isn't
what,
with
this
us anymore.
retirement thing is a fabulous deal.
I hope to experience it soon.
Yeah, I think we're done with rebuttal.
No, I have a
Actually,
question.
No? You
I
got
had a
more?
question of the applicant as well.
Okay.
But if,
No, you
Councilor
go
Hoyer.
ahead and you finish
Over.
up.
so essentially, if we affirm the planning administrator's decision, it's denied, you have to go back in and do a bunch of different stuff?
Well, first off, I'm not sure if I have to wait in order to be able to reapply, but I might not be able to apply for a period of time. But there's no reason to do that because I've shown you how it can be laid out. If that's what you want, I have a plan that shows where the substreet would go. That's consistent with what staff has said and how the project would be laid out. I'm hoping that's not where we're headed, but a denial isn't necessary that I see.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to get this because I don't have enough information to make a decent motion. Are we under any time clocks here at all? Yeah, to where if we held this open for 2 weeks and I had the opportunity to talk to staff.
We need a decision by the next council meeting to meet the current 120 days for the application.
Okay, so 22nd, this would be scheduled for.
Yeah,
I would also note that the conditions provided by the applicant have not been vetted by staff. so
correct. And
No,
that's
that's
also what
correct.
I would
Public
want to
Works
actually have discussions on is potential where we could all
And
end
to
up happy and
extend
not
that-
waste people's time.
If we can't get this figured out, he can extend that. He can give us a waiver and extend it to see if we can fix it.
Yes.
Okay.
We
I bet he
would be,
will.
we'd be happy to extend the 120-day period in order to work with staff to come up with a set of conditions for approval.
Would you finish your rebuttal? Are you done?
I'm done if you're done.
Okay. Are you done?
If we're
Counselor
going to
Hoy.
extend, I probably don't have a question, but I did want to clarify with staff. I'm looking at the document that he referenced, and it does look like it's within the plan area. Park.
So to clarify, when we do a master plan for a park, it's a plan to identify the development that's going to happen in the park. Are we going to have ball fields, or are we going to have active recreation, passive recreation, et cetera? It does not replace the park's master plan, which is an adopted component of the comprehensive plan. This property is outside of our urban service area, meaning it's deficient for certain things. And the only thing it's deficient for is parks, because it is not inside the adopted parks service area for Hillficker Park.
Okay.
So there is a map in the Hillficker master plan, and I believe that the planner, the consultant that prepared that, was familiar with generally neighborhood parks serve half a mile, and they drew a half-mile circle. But it did not replace the parks master plan, which is adopted, went through a land use process as an adopted part of our comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna,
So move to continue for
wait just a sec.
2 weeks?
So council's got a couple options. If you can either you can either close the hearing and just make a decision, or you can move to continue the hearing and then conduct your discussion at the next meeting. The problem with that is that you can make a motion, but if you're going to approve it, we don't know what conditions we're going to apply. We'd have to come back with that, and that might take some time.
I
If you
think,
can give us some direction now on what you're thinking of, if you wanted to have staff present a potential approval with conditions, then you could choose between a denial and an approval with conditions.
let's try plan number 3, which is really, we'll close the public hearing. You can go to work with staff, and we can work with staff on this. I suspect if we come up with anything, Mr. Grenz is going to be very interested in either accepting it or continuing it as we're moving forward. So
I'd rather than have to reapply and
yeah,
start
I'd rather
everything
than
all
have
over
to
again, which
reapply.
makes no
That's
sense
my
for anyone.
impression of what he's saying. He's nodding his head. I think we'd be okay, so that we don't have to sit here and try to draw a map tonight. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, I'm going to, close the hearing?
Why don't you continue the hearing?
Okay, I'm going to continue the hearing to October 22nd.
And we're going to second and vote on that?
You want to second that?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Rather than that dictatorial
Thank you.
comment there, I'm going to continue.
Just keep moving.
Why does he
Okay,
hate
I
that?
am going to, I'm going to skip you, Alan, for a minute. We'll come back to you. I'm sorry. We've got some people sitting here. So we're going to open the public hearing on charges for utility service rates.
The City Council will now conduct a public hearing for the purpose of receiving public testimony regarding proposed fees and charges for utility service rates. The hearing will be conducted with staff presentation first, followed by other interested persons. Individuals testifying are limited to 3 minutes. A yellow light will appear at the podium when 1 minute remains, and a red light will appear when your time has expired. Please conclude your testimony when the red light appears.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I am Peter Fernandez, Public Works Director. Tonight, I am pleased to present to you our biennial utility rate proposal. My presentation is a summary of the financial analysis work that supports our recommendation, the details of which are included in the staff report and its attachments. Alicia Blaylock, David Lacey, and our financial consultant, Doug Velarde, were the lead staff in preparing this analysis. I want to thank them for their work on this effort. I also want to thank the members of the Water Wastewater Task Force who worked hard this summer to consider the utilities' finances and the cost of service update. I appreciate their thoughtful consideration and recommendations. What has happened to my presentation?
10 o'clock, it turned
Meeting's
off.
over.
Yeah.
We turn to
Doesn't work either. Normally, I don't
Please.
vote no on kids.
Yeah, but 6 hours.
I will continue. When we get to the important slides, I'm sure it'll be back up.
Go ahead.
Tonight's presentation is divided into 4 sections, which you would have seen on the slide. There's going to be a brief discussion of the rate development process, an overview of the cost of service analysis update, the recommended utility rates for the upcoming biennium, and illustrations of what the new rates will mean to customer bills. In December 2016, Council updated Policy C14 to formalize our practice of adopting rate proposals on a biennial basis. Council also established a quadrennial cost of service update requirement. Consistent with this policy, the proposal before you represents the result of both the updated cost of service analysis and the current financial plan and rate proposal. I have great looking slides that you're missing.
No, I'm actually enjoying.
That's okay. That's okay. We're not to the important slides yet. All right.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
Oh, these are good.
Some of the best pictures I've seen are
All right.
This is so much different than any other one of these I've ever seen.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you mean that in nothing but the most loving way. Our rate setting process started earlier this year with a complete review of the cost of providing utility services and how to properly allocate them to customer classifications. This work led to the development of the preliminary cost of service update and the uncovering of policy issues that were reviewed by the Cost of Service Update Policy Advisory Committee. CUPAC's recommendations were then presented to the entire Water Wastewater Task Force. The task force unanimously recommends the COSA updates and the proposed utility rates. All of the CUPAC and task force meetings were noticed and open to the public. In addition, notice of the rate proposal and the public hearing were mailed to all 46,700 city utility customers. 2 slightly different versions of the postcards were mailed to single-family residential and non-single-family customers. We also published a website that provided background information, analysis documentation, a bill calculator, and a link for commenting on the proposal. Staff spoke with or emailed 15 customers who had questions or desired more information. Written comments received to date were either included in the materials attached to the staff report or on the additions calendar. There were a couple of more letters. In the next few slides, I will summarize the COSA update and how the changes impact the proposed rates. The cost of service model is fundamental to the financial planning and health of the utility. The COSA update was governed by the goals and objectives listed here, and they generally include assure that the utility has adequate revenue for operations, maintenance, and capital expenditures, support financial stability by recovering a greater share of revenue from fixed charges and maintaining adequate reserves, create utility rates that fairly assess service costs to each customer classification, update the planned revenue slope for each utility service and customer classification in a manner that is transparent, defensible, and does not lead to rate spikes, and develop a cost of service plan that will stand up to scrutiny, is beneficial to the community, and is easy to update and understand. The COSA update addressed both technical and policy issues. Technical updates included a review of cost history and its allocation to customer classifications. Policy updates were related to allocation of special costs and revenues, movement to greater cost recovery from fixed charges, and implementation strategies for out-of-the-ordinary rate increases to wholesale customers. An executive summary report of the COSA is attached to the staff report. The full COSA study is also available for review, and the final report of which was posted to the website this afternoon. Recommendations related to water service rates are summarized here. They include increasing the fixed portion of the water charges by 5 points to 25%, sustaining the planned 3% revenue slope, funding new treatment schemes at Guerin Island and development of secondary water sources, implementing rate reductions based upon updated peak demand information, and allocating all of the Willamette River water rights sale proceeds and all ASR expenses to in-city customers only. Recommended changes in stormwater rates are the result of operations and maintenance costs outpacing revenues. Increased operating costs were not unexpected given substantial increases to the stormwater infrastructure inventory, particularly green infrastructure such as detention basins and treatment systems. To address the parity issue, the recommendation is to increase stormwater by 5% per year for 5 years. Not increasing stormwater rates in this manner will result in water and wastewater customers subsidizing this service. It should be noted that the stormwater utility was implemented in phases 3 years after its 2010 adoption. The delayed implementation was due to the slow pace of economic recovery at the time. Therefore, this is its first COSA update since its development 8 years ago. Only minor changes to the wastewater cost structure are proposed. The changes are the result of reduced wastewater treatment costs due to lower than anticipated capital investments at Willow Lake. The recommendation to increase wastewater by 2.5% rather than the planned 3% is to offset the higher than previously planned stormwater increase. The utility rate proposal. Our recommended revenue slope increase for 2019 and 2020 is 3% for water, 2.5% for wastewater, and 5% for stormwater. Overall, the proposed rate increases are consistent with the planned 3% revenue slope and is anticipated to maintain a 3% system-wide revenue increase. The proposal is the smallest possible rate increase that prudently meets the financial needs of the utility. This slide summarizes the results of the financial forecast model through fiscal year 2025. The first 2 columns represent the recommended revenue slope increases. The remaining columns summarize 5 additional forecast years. The top row indicates the planned increases for this rate proposal cycle and into the future. The other item of note is the planned increase in debt service and commensurate short-term decrease in capital transfers to account for the planned revenue bond sale to fund construction of the Guerin Island improvements. This table summarizes our existing utility debt instruments and the new proposed debt highlighted in the red band. The 2020 debt represents a planned $50 million 20-year issuance in early 2020. Our debt service payments will increase as a result of the new issuance, but to levels that are lower than the utility's previous peak debt obligation. Issuing a new revenue bond is a needed departure from our strategy of paying down debt and increasing cash transfers to capital construction. We are nevertheless committed to a long-term pay-as-you-go strategy and will continue to do so as funding permits and as illustrated in the previous slide. We have identified over $80 million in projects that must be completed to permanently address source water quality and supply issues at Guerin Island. Staff has reorganized the utility projects in the construction budget and the CIP to fund these needs. In addition to the bond issue, we also anticipate funding these projects with cash on hand and SDC revenues. Staff will provide a complete report to Council in November on the needed changes to the CIP. Council will also be provided with project details when the annual CIP update is presented to the Budget Committee next spring. We have produced examples of customer bills to illustrate the impacts of the proposed COSA changes and rate increases. A detailed tabulation of these sample bills is also provided in the executive summary of the COSA report. The typical single-family bill, and single-family bills represent 80% of the utilities customers, will increase by $2.13 per month in 2019, or about 2.5%. Residential customers with low consumption will see a slightly smaller cost increase, but will experience a higher percentage change, while high volume users will see a higher dollar difference, but a lower percentage increase. The variety in the increased costs are due to the proposed shifting of additional charges to the fixed portion of the water bill. This table illustrates how our existing and proposed single-family residential utility rates compare to 10 other cities in Oregon. Salem's rates are, and will continue to be, in the middle of the pack and roughly equivalent to the customer bills in Eugene, Hillsborough, Gresham, and Beaverton. The chart on the right illustrates how the proposed monthly utility bill affects household budgets. The American Water Works Association recommends that utility bills not exceed 3% of median household income. Salem's proposed utility bill will be at about 2%. We offer 2 assistance programs for customers who need help paying their utility bill. The Wastewater Rate Assistance Program discounts the wastewater portion of the utility bill for qualifying seniors or disabled heads of household that have a gross household income of less than 30% of the Salem area median income. 200 families are currently being helped by this program. The Emergency Assistance Program is funded by donations and matched by annual rate revenue transfers. It helps customers who are experiencing a short-term need for payment assistance. Qualified households receive up to $150 of assistance during a 12-month cycle. Over the past 5 years, 150 families on average have been helped by this program, and in 2017, 200 families were helped by this program. For multifamily customers, fourplexes will see a $5.19 per month increase in their 2019 bills, about a 5.5% increase. Larger apartment complexes and mobile home parks will experience rate increases slightly over 3%. Commercial and industrial customer bills vary greatly depending on the size and circumstances of the businesses. In these examples, commercial customers see about 4% increases in 2019, primarily due to increases related to the stormwater rates. Industrial customers see a decrease in 2019 as a result of the updated cost of service data indicating lower wastewater treatment costs. This slide shows examples for institutional, public, and irrigation customers. As with other customer classifications, changes to these bills are driven by the changes identified in the cost of service data and methodology. Changes in cost of service data also resulted in significant increases to our 3 wholesale water customers. Rather than create a 1 or 2 year spike in their rates, the recommendation is to smooth the increases over 4 years as summarized in this table. Staff had extensive discussions with these customers to explain the circumstances that required these increases as part of the task force review process. In closing, I am delighted to once again report that the utility fund is in excellent financial shape. We have worked hard to manage the utilities expenses, and I appreciate council's support through the years in maintaining small, predictable rate increases. We were able to address our water emergency this summer within the existing budget and without necessitating an intermediate rate adjustment. And we will be able to invest $80 million in needed improvements to address these very issues within the long-planned 3% revenue slope increases. Salem's is an old utility. Beyond the water projects I presented, there are continuous capital improvements that must be made on an annual basis. The recommended rate increase provides the funding to continue to make these investments. Given the continuing needs of the utility, adopting less than the proposed rates will ultimately require larger rate increases in the future. We will continue to effectively manage the utility and provide excellent customer service while limiting the growth of expenditures. This concludes my presentation. I thank you for your attention tonight. Tried to be as fast as I possibly could.
You did very well.
And I'll be ready to answer questions after public testimony.
Great, thank you very much. That was very good. Tom Lansfield, followed by Jennifer Meltzer.
What a marathon session this is.
Yeah.
I'm Tom Lansfield. I live at 313 Ewald Avenue Southeast, which is in Councilor Nanke's ward. I appreciate very much all the effort that the city staff has put into this rate update proposal and the improvements at Guerin Island and all of that. The only reason I'm here has to do with a little burr under my saddle. It's ever since the billing went, I think it was about 8 years ago, went to splitting out the the stormwater base and the stormwater impervious area and so forth. And when that happened, I called the someone, city engineer or somebody, and said, well, my house is below the street, and So, I'm not generating any runoff that goes into the stormwater system, and the gentleman that I was talking with conceded my point, but he said, well, it would just be too much administrative trouble to try to keep track of all of that. And I said, oh, okay, I kind of get that, which I did. And then maybe a year or two later, it dawned on me, my street doesn't even have any stormwater drains or curbs or concrete street gutters or any of that. So no matter where my house is, up or down, in fact, I inherit runoff from the street. And we actually don't want the fully improved streets there. Thanks to former Councilor Wes Bennett, we got that kind of dropped because it was going to make it a big racetrack, we thought. Anyhow, so I don't know. In my mind, I thought, well, gee whiz, maybe the Public Works Department has some nice Mylar map or something showing all the streets that do or don't have stormwater sewers in them. And if they did have such a map, maybe somebody could kind of automate that and plug it in. And I mean, it's not huge. I'm paying $5 a month, and by the time this is through, it'll probably be 7 or 8 for my stormwater impervious area. But so I just feel like folks like me who live in some of these neighborhoods that were annexed after they'd been developed, they don't have any sidewalks, they don't have any stormwater sewer, we're kind of subsidizing, you might say, everybody else. And it would be a huge hassle, because if people were able to exempt me, and I'm not talking the stormwater base here, I like the fact that there's generally drainage for the whole city. I benefit from that, but if it were possible to to sort of automate that system.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, that was very interesting. Jennifer Meltzer? Jim? Wind. Oh, Jennifer, there you are.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad we're all awake. Sorry to keep you so late. My name is Jennifer Meltzer. I am the current president of the Orchard Heights Water Association. I'm coming before you tonight to supplement the testimony that was in the staff report. First of all, I do want to say that I really appreciated the staff from the city when they let us know about the proposed rate increases. They were very gracious about sitting down with us so we could really understand how the formula worked and why we were so greatly impacted. And that really did make us sit up and pay notice. I think we sort of took for granted, but I don't know if you noticed on that slide, Orchard Heights Water Association in particular is greatly impacted. Our compounded rate increase over the next 4 years will be equivalent to a 50% rate increase in our wholesale water cost. So and that's mostly because we're fortunate where we live. We're fortunate to be able to get water from the city to supplement the association's needs. But if you have time later to go through the written report, there's a lot more detail in that about what's unique about Orchard Heights Water. But what we arrived at was that basically the COSA is administered fairly. We are subject to every ticky-tacky thing because of where we are located. We use every part of the system, so we pay the most. So we decided we can't really argue that. That's fair is fair. But what we did come up and not understand was it seems that we are still subject to a 7.5% surcharge that had been implemented before the COSA came in effect by a prior city council in the past. And so it seems to me that we're being double billed for the same purpose by still having this 7.5% surcharge in place. So I know there's an additional letter in your supplemental packet from East Salem as well, from Bruce, stating that same thing. And so basically what I'm asking for on behalf of Orchard Heights Water is that the council consider when you're adopting these rate increases that you consider eliminating the 7.5% surcharge for Orchard Heights Water and probably East Salem as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Jim?
Okay, my name is Jim Wynn, and I live in southeast Salem. And my problem is with the way they charge on the wastewater, which is so much for each unit of water. And they take the average of November, December, January, and February, and then they charge that amount so that if you're using more water during the summer, you're not, for irrigation, you're not using. But the problem is that if you use less than that, you still get charged that amount on your wastewater. And it's like, I live alone and I use about 1 unit of water per month. Sometimes I don't even use enough to kick it over, so it's zero. And I don't have a problem with the average that they have, but I've checked with, I moved up here from Springfield in 2006. And what they do is when you move into the area and you don't have an average, they charge you the average of the city, which at that time I think it was 12 units. Now it's 6 units. So if you come into the city and you're using 1 unit of water, they charge you for 6 units for wastewater. And it's about $4 and something per unit. Now in Springfield and Eugene and Albany and Corvallis, the way they charge that is they charge what your average is or what your actual use is. They don't do that here. They don't use that actual use. And so if you come into the city and you use 1 unit, you're charged for 6 units of wastewater, which is about $25 a month. And I think that should be changed because you're being charged for a service you're not using. And I've tried to get this changed in 2006, and it was such a minimal amount at that time, and I got busy and didn't do it. But I bought another home here in 2016 and moved, and then it came up again, and it's just a big burr under my saddle because I'm getting charged for water that I'm not running down the drain. And I think they should change that to where they charge you for the average usage or what your actual usage is, which either is less. It's when I use one unit of water, my well, that's a 0 one there. But even at 0 now, like back on it would be 3/22/18 to 4/20/18. I used 0 units. I was here, but I didn't use enough from the previous month to kick it over. But yet I still ended up with $49.63 bill on all the garbage fees on there.
Yeah.
And the wastewater fee at that time was $3.41.
Okay.
Plus the $14.44 base fee for having the availability of it. But that was, they said that you get charged that because that was the average. And I think that should be changed.
Okay, Jim, thank you very much. Ron? Crowfoot, okay.
Yes, my name is Ron Crowfoot. I live at 3204 Center Street, Northeast, Salem, Oregon. I'm here just for one reason. A few years back, we had an increase of about 100% on our bills. Now in 2006, my utility bill for the city was $53, okay, a month. I've kept track, because I have a monthly budget. Now it's 110. That's a 100% increase in 12 years. My wages have not went up 100% in 12 years. The city has to stop over budgeting things. Slow down, get back to reality. You're pricing the people out of their homes. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Kaltwasser?
City Council. My name is Suzanne Kaltwasser, and I'm here tonight representing the East Lancaster Neighborhood Association. You have some testimony that I passed around. I won't read it to you, especially at this late hour. I'm not sure I can still read. Anyway, we're not opposed to the proposal that of the rate increases per se, although some people are unhappy with it. What we're concerned about is the fact that more and more is being placed on homeowners and on customers. We've passed the b.City bonds, the school district bond. We've had a garbage rate increase, and I guess we're going to have another one coming along. People on fixed incomes or low incomes, just as the gentleman before me said, are getting priced out of their homes. And the city of Salem doesn't have a very robust assistance program for people who are poor. They do have a minimal program for partial forgiveness to disabled and elderly, but as Mr. Fernandez said, that only reaches about 150 people. So I looked at what's going on in other cities, and we're the only city that doesn't have a more inclusive assistance program. Portland, Eugene, Beaverton, Medford, Gresham, all have a program that allows for anybody who falls in the poverty level to apply for assistance. And so the East Lancaster Neighborhood Association would like to request that the City Council ask staff to investigate what is happening in other communities and how you could enhance your program to include a more robust assistance program to all households that fall in the poverty level. And it's very difficult when you just go on anecdotal data. I would wish that you would direct them to collect some real data, not only from the city records, but also ask the various providers of assistance in the community, what is the need? And then I believe the last time you did this, you made a donation to help supplement the $50,000 or so that is donated by citizens voluntarily to help those agencies meet the need, which is just growing exponentially with our economic problems that we're dealing with. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Theodore Greenbaum.
My name is Theodore Greenbaum. I live at 2655 Fifth Northeast. I have 2 points. The first relates to only having used 1 unit over the course of 6 months through the winter, and I do appreciate the utility giving me a vacancy rate, which is a half unit. Beyond that, it seems that it could be billed in increments, maybe like 75 cubic feet or 75 gallons instead of 750 gallons. So if we were to add change the decimal point, essentially, so that we could bill in smaller increments for customers who use less. The second point I had wanted to make was that the base rates, if you look at, say, someone who had 6 or 10 units of usage, the percentage that they're paying seems significantly less. I don't know how to best explain this. I'm a little awkward speaking in crowds.
No, you're doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my point is, if I use very little water, the cost per gallon for my water is significantly higher than other utility users. And I understand that we have 46,700 people, set costs, there's distribution across the board. I just hope that it could be done more equitably for people who use very little. I use a ton in the water in the summer for gardening and practically nothing through the winter.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Fraser Wick.
Hello. I'm Fraser Wick. I live at 950 Genie Street in Southeast Salem. I represent the Lakewood Park Homeowners Association. So I'm actually here on kind of a very personal note for the homeowner association, but it does relate to the housing fees or the stormwater fees as well. So back a couple months ago, we received a pretty high bill from the city. We don't have water. Well, we have a small house with water that the homeowner association owes, but then that's a separately billed, and there's the stormwater runoff fees are separately billed for the neighborhood park association that's there, and it's a park that's supposed to be a private park, but it is used by residents throughout Salem that live in the neighborhood. So kind of a little bit about our homeowner association. It's made up of 105 homes. I am the treasurer on the board, and we pay for all of our own street maintenance, all of our own street lights, everything. It's not a gated neighborhood. It's not a when you think homeowner association, you might think nice gold paved streets. It is a working class neighborhood. This is a neighborhood that is made up of store clerks, your lawn maintenance folks, retired veterans, people that are on fixed incomes. It's no Creekside HOA. Our rates are pretty low. We received, so going back to the stormwater bill, we received it was about a $200 bill for a stormwater runoff. Contacted the city. They explained to me what stormwater was, which I didn't even know. And how they calculate the amount. Well, come to find out, because I had them look into it, they looked into it pretty hard and found out that they were miscalculating the amount of stormwater rate. In fact, that rate should have been double. So then, now that it's been doubled, we will be coming up paying about $400 a month, which comes to about 15% of our annual budget for the year. Again, small homeowners association. We don't have a lot of money. That's quite a bit. So I looked into some Oregon revised statutes. 94.625 allows the homeowner association to vacation the roadside to or the roads to the city. Contact the city about that. Said, hey, can we vacate the roads? They said that they're not up to code because the HOA was established back in the 1970s. And if we want to do that, it would be hard, and probably they would recommend not doing. The city staff would recommend not providing that recommendation.
Your time's up. I'm sorry.
All right.
Sorry. What's the name of the homeowner association?
Lakewood Park Homeowner Association.
And where is it?
It's located southeast, just by off Sunnyside and Fabry, Sunnyside and Genie.
Yeah, I know where you are. Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions? And then Jensen Storm.
Hi, my name is Jensen Storm. I'm with a company called Henningsen Cold Storage. I'm the chief engineer for them. We got a facility off of Madrona. We're the distribution center for NORPAC, and then we just built another facility off of Kubler. We have a big warehouse. We keep it -5 degrees, and the way that we keep it so cold is we reject that heat outside. We evaporate water. So we use a lot of water, but we evaporate 90% of it. So my wastewater charge for the company on average in a month is about $15,000. It should be $150. So, excuse me. In the past 4 years we've been off of Madrona, I've been charged for over $40,000 in wastewater that I haven't got the benefit of. And it's very simple. I've got a big pipe feeding up there, and I got a real small one coming out. The big pipes for feeding, and then as we evaporate, it builds up hard water, basically. We have to reject that. So it would be easy to meter both sides. I mean, meter, RF it, you can read it. I've got very small municipalities in Grand Forks, North Dakota, Twin Falls, Idaho. There's a gal, her name's Rose. She crosses out the wastewater, she writes in what we actually used, and we get a credit. Very simple to do. The capital should be able to figure this out. And I've been down, I went to the engineer's office, they sent me down to Public Works. I've been working on this project for 4 years, and I got a little letter in the mail. Here I am.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks for coming down. Have you talked to staff about actually just measuring your wastewater?
Yeah,
Because a lot of the industry, I was with Panasonic previously, and it was like we were evaporating 30,000 gallons a day.
Right.
But we had separate meters coming in to where we could calculate what was actually being used for sanitary, so what's going down that, and then through the industrial, what was going down the metered.
So we've had meetings. We've gone into my engine room. I've showed them what I'm talking about. Just no response. So I'm new to this, kind of how this works and whatnot. I'm obviously a little nervous. But I think you could just make an amendment and say, hey, let's give this guy credit for the water he's evaporating.
Well, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
I see why you'd like that. Why don't we do this? We'll get together with you
Yeah.
and go over this and see what's going on. I heard several other examples this evening that we'll visit with the Public Works Director and see what we can do. I hear exactly what your problem is, so we'll follow up on it and make sure we get you an answer, hopefully satisfactory
Yeah.
answer. Okay?
As a friend of mine said, it's not rocket surgery.
No,
No.
it's not rocket surgery.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
That's it.
It was rather humorous when he
Who wants to make a motion? Counselor
wait, whoa, whoa.
McCoy?
Questions? Yeah,
I move
You want
staff.
question? Okay, you want question staff? Go for it.
I have two quick questions.
Okay.
One, to the representative of the East Lancaster Neighborhood Association. You know, I've seen this before where we solicit donations from the public and match them. I've seen other examples of where the system entices the donations. So maybe if you donate a certain amount, it's matched by a higher amount than if you donate a lower amount. And the goal of that would be to generate additional funds from the public, so we could then match those. And that might be something that I would recommend that we think about, a way to entice public donations.
We certainly could, Counselor. 2 years ago, we changed the system so that rate revenues match dollar for dollar up to $10,000. We were actually running out of money with the donations. So now, in the last 2 years, we have not run out of money, so we've been able to help everybody that shows up, but we can certainly consider enticing more, perhaps by doing something like that. At this point, you know, the full 10,000, people donate enough so that the full 10,000 comes over.
And my other question, and this has to do with the Orchard Heights folks, I just need, and I think we could use an explanation, the 7.5 surcharge. The implication is it's now been taken over, superseded by the new method. Can you explain why that 7.5?
Sure. Very briefly, there was the city for many, many years, predates me, my tenure here at the city, has charged a 7.5% surcharge for outside city customers. And that made sense because, in fact, our consultant tells us that there's some cities that charge up to 40% outside customer surcharges. We charge 7.5%. When we went to a cost of service model in the late 90s, then basically every dollar's recovered. So whether you're inside the city or outside the city, every dollar of cost is accounted for regardless. So the 7.5% is really just a surcharge because you're not inside the city and the city owns the utility. A few years ago, back in '06 or so, the city of Kaiser requested that that charge be removed, and the council at the time decided to remove the surcharge for any customers that are inside of an incorporated city. So customers in sewer customers in the city of Kaiser and water and sewer customers in the city of Turner do not pay the surcharge, but everyone else that is outside of an incorporated area still pays a surcharge. It was a policy matter that simply says, you don't live in the city, you're not paying a municipal property tax, therefore, you know, this is a way of charging for that. It is a policy matter. It's a policy matter for the council. It was a policy decision at that time. It is revenue. So if the council were to decide to remove the surcharge, all bills would have to go up a certain amount to account for that. So we would redistribute, because it's cost of service, we would redistribute those costs. We've done some analysis, and removal of the 7.5% would be about 50 cents on is my recollection, on single-family customer bills. So if council wanted to do that, our recommendation would be that you do it over a 4-year implementation. We removed it for Kaiser. We actually did it over 7 years, and then we would have to redistribute. So that's, but again, it's a policy matter for council to decide.
Okay. We're out of time, so who's going to move to extend a half an hour? Because we've got still a couple of issues that just have to be passed out tonight.
I move we extend till 11:15.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion
Close.
passes.
The next one's, I got the next one.
Ready?
I have a question first.
Okay. Yeah, Hoy gets to ask because he voted no on
Yeah, I think yeah, you don't get asked because you voted no.
I had my hand up before the extension, to be fair. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an interest in enhancing our assistance programs, and I'm wondering, would you need a staff motion, or a council motion to do that, or is that something that you have information available that you wouldn't need that, or what?
Well, so we have done a lot of analysis. We've actually proposed expansions of the program a couple of times. The Water Wastewater Task Force, in reviewing it, has not had an interest in moving forward other than the additional $10,000 that we put in. So we have done some analysis. I think I would want a council motion directing us to do that, so we could bring that back and lay out some options for you and understand what the costs are and what the benefits are. If you wanted to implement that, before the next, we typically don't do any changes after the rates are adopted. So if you want to do that now, over the next few months, yes, I would.
Or we could take it through the next budget cycle and put it in front of the budget committee and look at your
We could be
budget.
ready to do that.
Yeah,
Yes.
why don't we?
Thank you. Thank you. I think I'll start, maybe just you and I'll meet, and I'll understand.
That'd be great. We have a bunch of white papers that we can share.
That'd be great.
Excellent, excellent. Okay.
So, thank you.
Councilor McCoy.
I move staff recommendation.
Second by Cook. I want to know, I had a question. We heard a number of ideas or issues tonight. Henningsen, the problem out at the Homeowners Association, several things that caught my attention. Can those be worked out if we move this out tonight?
Yes. Okay. On the cold storage, we are working.
Okay.
With that company. Council actually gave us permission 2 years ago to do that,
Okay.
and we've been trading information. I guess there's been some breakdowns in communication, but we absolutely want to do that, and we want to experiment with the one company, and then actually institute it at other places.
Well, good. I think, and they have the capacity to push it forward. I'm thinking about the Homeowners Association.
Right.
I'm also thinking about someone who's living in a bowl below their street who is really serving as a stormwater
Yes, so
receiver
there are,
rather than
so
send
the stormwater utility is, as I said, is 8 years old. It is now maturing, and there are issues that we can bring forward.
So we can do that with you now, despite moving it tonight.
In fact, the credit system for that is something that we can do by administrative rule. So I don't even think we need to come back to council to address, those issues.
Okay, motion's on the floor.
And as we address those issues, we'll certainly report back to
Right,
council.
I would expect that we could kind of take that list tonight and come back. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion passes. Okay, Alan. Got another public hearing. This just never ends. Tonight.
The City Council will now conduct a public hearing to receive testimony regarding exemption from competitive bidding process and authorization of an alternative contracting method for the Salem Public Library Improvement Project. The hearing will be conducted with staff presentation first, followed by other interested persons. Individuals testifying are limited to 3 minutes.
Do counselors that are moving around, do we need to hear this staff report? Have you all had a chance to read it? We can just move this along for Alan so he can go home.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've done this on numerous things.
Yeah.
So
Okay, no one signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you for your,
Thanks, Alan.
the entirety of the staff report on
I'm
the record.
going to move the staff recommendation. Second by Kaiser. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. We have some,
We could have had you out of here at 6:03, Alan.
there's a series of information reports. Anyone have anything with the information reports? Poor Kristen's been here, she's waiting for urban renewal. That's, okay.
Oh, yeah, we haven't even opened up our last meeting of the day.
Okay, then we'll, don't see anything else. I'm going to adjourn the city council meeting. Open the urban renewal agency meeting for October 8th. Please call the roll.
This is easy.
We should have recessed.
Yeah.
Board Member Kaiser. Present. Board Member Anderson's absent. Board Member Nanki.
Here.
Board Member McCoy.
Still here.
Board Member Ossick is absent. Board Member Hoy.
Here in audio only.
Board Member Cook. Here.
Under protest.
Board Member Lewis.
Here.
And Chair Bennett.
Here. Okay.
No additions or deletions, so
Okay, consent calendar.
I move approval of the consent calendar.
Okay, we got a motion, second on the consent calendar. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Information reports.
We're very informative.
Okay. Did you have any reason to be here? Do you get double time for this? I don't know. Okay. I see no further business. We're adjourned.